Hello, Jantha. Hello, hello. Thank you for tuning in. Heating up dinner. Oh, what's for din? What are you having? There we go. Oof. Now to double check some stuff. Leftover dumplings. Oof. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Hello, hello. How you doing? Cute Asian boy. There is a way, actually. There is a way. How are you doing, Evans? Long time no smell. This is the way. It is, it is. It's all good. Yeah. No. Yeah, you tell him. You tell him, Zuna. Alright. Perfect. Alright, things are okay. I believe. So today I had a brief plan of some games. New one called Radiolight. Hello, Blondie. How are you feeling? You're a bit unwell. Are you feeling better? So yeah, I'm thinking of playing some Radiolight, and then depending on how long that is, maybe some Silent Hill 2. Maybe. I'm good, my friend. It has been yonkies, but it's been bloody good to see you, my man. I hope it's all grand as well. Yes, yeah, things are going well up here. Glad to hear things are going well for you. Did I see you got a house? Is that what I saw? And you're down in Sydney, New South Wales area. And not with the fun company anymore. Is that everything I saw? I believe. A bit better, but I saw that beautiful forehead. Yeah, the forehead just keeps on going. It starts here and ends up like back here. Keeps on going around. Am I blurry? What is happening right now? Couldn't tell you. And that's why it's beautiful. Just because it's ever growing. Ever growing forehead. Yeah. And recently shaved too, but my... So, embarrassing story. Not really embarrassing, but story. I was shaving it before this, and the shaver, electric shaver, cut out halfway. So then I had to finish the rest off at least efficient way. So there might be small patches. Quiet or Sass is very loud. Sass is probably just very loud, Zuna. House Yeppers, Sydney Yeppers, Fun Peeps Yeppers, currently in Queensland for training for a new crew in the same industry. If you take up what I'm slapping down. I'm always slapping down what you're taking up. That's cool, though. That's cool. So you're up here for how long? Are you in the city area? Or are you up in the sunny area? Or the Gold Coast area? But that's very exciting, though. Very exciting. Huge, huge news for you. So you've just transitioned from one brand to another. You're subscribing? Cute Asian boy, stop it. Stop it. This doesn't... I could do that, but you don't see half the hand. Thank you for subscribing. Currently, there is no benefits at all. So, there's that. Michelle thought we were talking about her. We're always talking about Michelle. Blondie. Tell her that. Tell her we're always talking about her. I'm gonna load up the game because I kind of really want to play the game. Oh, of course. Of course, when I go into the game. What did I miss? All around, currently stuck in Toowoomba, since hence my eagerness for entertainment. Ah. You're stuck, wait, stuck in a hotel though? On a Friday night? That doesn't sound very exciting. Or is there just nothing to do in Toowoomba? And that's why you guys are setting up there. That would make sense, actually. I haven't been to Toowoomba. Fuck. Fuck. Very cool. So that's why you're setting up down there. That's cool. Do you think it'll be another Toowoomba situation? Not in terms of flooding, obviously, but in terms of busyness? Foot traffic? Or is it better in foot traffic there? Or I guess the place where we met, same foot traffic as there, or better? I'm assuming better because they wouldn't make the same mistake a third time, right? Surely. Alright, well. Is game gonna load? Is game gonna show? Show game? Show game. Perfect. Game is there. I am going to turn the music off though. But worse, but in current transition period with new peeps coming in to help, aka fun peeps, being very careful here. Yes, no, of course. Yep. Yeah, okay. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Is it a existing brand or is it a new one? Without obviously diving into too much, but I'm assuming it's an existing one. Yeah, obviously be careful. Cool, okay, well, we're gonna... Alright, is this a change? Oh, okay. Existing but changing. Okay. I in my head that's one of 2 brands, but I ain't gonna say anything. Okay, I think game audio is fine compared to voice. I might turn it down a smidge. Wait, do I have to? Okay, music just stopped. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Well, let's just jive in? Jive and dive. Let's go Firelay. Oh my god, what is this glare on the... Hang on, sorry. You're gonna get thumb? Glare gone. No Beat Saber, no, those days are gone. My headset at some point stopped working. I believe it's the connection, the little box thing that goes from the headset to the computer that connects the two. And with how old the headset is, it would either be a fortune to get a new one or not at all. And I chose not at all. So at some point, I'll probably get another VR set and get back into Beat Saber. I do miss it. I do miss it. It is very... It was really cool. And yeah, we had a lot of fun. Didn't we? Didn't we have a lot of fun? Alright, so mouse feels good. Oh. Okay. Ashwood Creek Police Department, public notice missing. Elliot Lair, age 14, last seen August 30, 1985 in the Blackwood area. Any information, call Ashwood Creek Police Department, 355-684-1986. Cool. Is that... Sorry? Dude, the Star Wars mixes was pretty cool. I did like the Star Wars mix, honestly. Okay, hang on. Sorry, just changing some things around. Alright, cool.
Mia, what's with the music again?
Read. Rangers reported seeing lights on the ridge near the old quarry. Look into. Okay. So some friends that have played this have compared this to Firewatch, but scary. So I'm very excited to get into it. Found no evidence of foul play. Elliot left his sleeping bag and personal box inside his tent. His backpack is missing too. Scouts reported hearing strange sounds coming from the surrounding caves the night before the disappearance. Tuesday 8 p.m. Interview Scout Leader Luke. Wednesday 6 p.m. Check park trail closure records. Thursday 7 a.m. Coordinate search party efforts at Blackwood Camp. Luke Jenkins testimony. Luke Jenkins 38. Robust build. Scout leader joining search party. Evening was normal. Campfire, marshmallows, and songs. Everyone went to tent by 10 p.m. Elliot seemed quiet, a little down. Something was eating at him. Okay. So something happened between... Everyone went to tent, sound a little down. Oh, okay, so he was... funky at the... evening campfire, maybe? Scout's testimony. One heard rustling outside around 3 a.m. Sounded like maybe bullshit. Sounded like footsteps or someone moving in the bushes, was scared to check and fell asleep. Ah yes, because when I'm super scared, I just fall back asleep. Someone reported Elliot being quiet, didn't talk much. Okay. Is there a backside to this? Ooh. Okay. No, back we go. Alright, so that's the camp. Cool. Alright. Is there anything to do here? What's this?
Piece of shit bed. Feels like I haven't slept right in years.
Ooh,
I think I've had enough for today.
That seems like a massive gun, right?
It's with KCRK, Ashwood Creek Radio. The search for 14-year-old Elliot Lair has entered day 4. Elliot went missing during a Boy Scouts camping trip at Blackwood Camp in Ashwood Creek National Park. His tent
I think
was
I've
found
had enough
empty
for
in the morning,
today.
and there's been no sign of him since. Police, rangers, and volunteers have been scouring the area without any leads.
Okay. No leads. Perfect. Okay. What's here? Circuit Court of the State. Stipulated order for custody. Okay, so this is a divorce thing between me and this Rebecca lady. The Rebecca lady. Eh. That is the Rebecca lady, I assume. Okay, can't do that one. Can't do that. This seems really... Hang on, sorry. Why did that happen? Graphics. Okay, no. Cool. Alright. Feels weird to have a light switch so far away from the door. Alright, let's go chat to...
Oh, come on. It was a good song.
It was really
Hey, you know
loud.
the whole block can hear that disco you got going on.
It's fine, Dad.
Last time I got Miss Brooks knocking on the door saying you woke up her quadruplets. You're 18 now, Mia. You're an adult now.
I know. Look, I toned it down already. I'll be going to Sydney's later, just so you know.
No, you're not. Not with everything going on lately.
What do you mean, everything? Some kid who got lost in the woods?
You just don't know these days. There could be a serial killer on the loose.
Come on. I'll be careful. Sydney can pick me up.
Hey, Dan. Oh, fuck, same idea. I gotta look. You keep this to play. Ah, no. Yeah, I lurked Sass, and then I lurked Scotch when they were playing. And I've avoided Scotch today while he's been playing. So... Oh, actually, I do want to check that. You got first. Hey, it worked! Yes. Hey! Dan. Dan. Okay. I gotta look into that. Dan yelled at me when I did that in his stream. I didn't know that was a thing. I did not know that was a thing. At all. You can
Okay,
go, but be
you can
careful,
go.
sure.
But be home before 11. Remember, you've got school tomorrow. Graduation's coming up.
It's Friday, Dad.
Already? What are you fiddling with that radio for?
I'm trying to find something.
Find what?
I heard some weird sound.
Oh, Rolkus. Rolkus, you dirty dog. Thanks for the subscribe, man. There's no benefits right now. At all. Just an FYI. Okay. Rolkus, you clean dog. Stop it. Oh wait, you only have one now? What am I? Okay. Did you get rid of the first, second, third, did you?
Hey, Dad, seriously? Put that down.
So, just Sydney, huh?
Oh, excuse me. Benefit is we support our friend. Ah, stop it. Got rid of the mint slice once. Good. Yeah, you got rid of the mint slice, didn't you, Dan? Isn't it something else now? The good evening? Or is it still the mint slice and I can't read? Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Sace Effects. I felt a bit weird to say it. It's parked whilst I saw some stream about it. Yep. No, that's fair. That is fair. Okay, I'm inserting. Not surprised, Jantha. Not surprised he rage quit the redeem. Sydney space. What's in this one? It's a bit of a bob. Cool. I think that was everything, right? I can't speak to you anymore. Alright. So what do we know? She's going to a... We don't have custody of her. Oh, I'm going to turn all the lights off. I'm going to turn all the lights off. I'm going to turn off most of the lights off. I think I keep biting off projects too big for my tiny brain. I need to do something smaller. Yeah, man, I think that was one thing that I was taught going through university for game development, was that you just want to do bite-sized, manageable projects. if it gets to a point where you're making these small projects and you're like, oh boy, I could actually expand on this, or I can, you know, I've got these mechanics working together. I can definitely make something. I can add another mechanic to it and then expand on it. But most games as well have very little mechanics, so you can always do. Sometimes less is more. So that's always an option. What are you doing? You're not even. Gimme. I don't even know where I'm going. What I'm doing.
Any beer in the fridge left?
Oh, get a beer. Okay, there we go. The one that you're working on at the moment, the arcade one, was really cool. Oh, I can't go over that. Oh, I've got legs. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Jantha. Having those smaller strategies, but yeah, having those smaller projects, I guess, in anything, and then you can mix and match, especially if you make the work modular enough. So that's why obviously a lot of, for example, in game development, you can buy moduled packs on Fab. And then they just kind of work together with other things. You might need a little bit of more work to do it, but there's that as well. That's huge, by the way. I'm struggling muchly with the AI side of things, making customers and such, so I have to shelve it. Yeah, okay. Because at the moment with the AI, you said that you have them coming in, walking around, conversations, and then sitting down, was it? Or, oh no, SAS effects. What are you doing here? Yeah, they come in, walk up to my machine, and only one spends money. So I think from that, without looking at the code and kind of knowing how you've done it, it almost sounds like something's not being reset when someone is when someone has purchased something, whether it's a bull or maybe it's a global thing. Potentially, again, without knowing how you've done it. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I had to shelve for the night shift, and just because I didn't know how to do it really, and I didn't have the time to sit down and put it together. I guess you're in a good spot at the moment with, I guess you've got Radiolight as your main project at the moment, but depending on if you're trying to move on to another one, like a side project, you do have that time to kind of learn and expand without just taking your time really. Sorry, Jantha, I missed. What did you say? My backlog of smaller projects to work on is too big. Got to work out to make that smaller. Yes. Yeah, it's always hard figuring out how to make those bigger things smaller or in bite-sized chunks. Always hard. I'm lucky you're hungry, so you can't bully me right now. Oh, thank God. Are you getting pizza? Is that what I heard? You're getting... You're not getting the trick-or-treat pizza tonight. You're getting Hawaiian pizza. Pineapple? Cardboard pizza. Yum, yum, yum.
Huh. How did that get in here?
Here's a bracelet. Am I skipping? I feel like I'm skipping stuff. I feel like I'm skipping things. Jantha, no worries. Lurk away. Do what you need to. Enjoy your dumplings. Okay. Alright, cool. Beer time. Beer. No one to call. Okay. think she drew that when she was younger. Oh wait, what was that? Called Jim? John tomorrow, 2 p.m. Okay. Can I drink this? I assume it is. I did see some... I think when I came downstairs I saw some Unreal 5 graphic-y fun stuff that you don't see in many other games. But so far it's a little hard to tell if it's...
Dad, come here!
Oh, well, I was gonna drink it. I'm gonna drink it. Hang on. God, why is my... There we go. Empty. Let's go for a second one. There's bottles everywhere. Bottles everywhere. I think the dev is 18 years old. Yes, I did read that somewhere. I think in Sass or Scotch's stream.
See? You hear that? It's like... it's saying something.
It sounds like it's just an interference.
That's what I thought, but I keep hearing these strange... It's like... hissing, you know? Here, try it.
Found this in the washer.
Oh, I thought I lost it. Thanks. You gave me this one.
Yeah, I remember. No, I don't hear it.
It was just there, I swear. You know what, Dad? You should keep it.
Thanks. Any chance I can listen to baseball on this?
Yeah, I think it's 90.6. You're welcome.
Thank you for AC's 309-1. Jenkins at the plate. I mean, you can feel that pressure building up. Strong season so far for Jenkins, but tonight's been rough. He's 0 for 3.
So that was baseball. Music. Morse code. Weird Morse code. Maybe like alien Morse code, maybe? This is... I just got an achievement for tune in to the hidden signal. I'm not sure. This probably means something, like a little Easter egg or maybe.
Whiskey, Oscar, Mike, Bravo, Alpha, Tango.
Okay. Whiskey, Oscar, Mike, Bravo, something, Tango. What? Wombat? I didn't hear the second one, or the second last letter. Where the fuck's the phone? Downstairs. That makes sense. Oh, watching out for me bottles. There it is. Okay.
You're listening to KCRK, Ashwood Creek Radio. It seems we have a new development in the case of missing Boy Scout Elliot Lair. Park Ranger Harvey Waters has also been reported missing. Waters, a longtime ranger at Ashwood Creek, last checked in early this morning. His wife says he was acting strange before his disappearance. Authorities have not confirmed if the two cases are related. With the extensive search happening, police are urging visitors to avoid the park until further notice. If you have any...
Okay.
Ethan, do you copy? Are you on scene? Over.
Yes. Oh, tab. Oh, okay, yep.
Yeah, I'm here. Just arrived. Over.
So very similar
They're in the
to
parking
Firewatch there.
Yeah, still inside the car.
His car should be parked right next to the road. You see it?
His car?
Get out of the car and tell me if you see it. So, do you see it? Should look like a regular Ranger car. Tell me when you found it.
Alright, that's it. Oh, I can just tell him right now. Okay.
So,
I'm in.
is it still there?
Gonna take you.
A lot of broken glass around here. Looks like cracked light bulbs.
E.T.'s
I
coming.
think Rangers mentioned some electricity issues briefly last week.
Oh, that's cool.
Like the day Elliot went missing.
Around that date, yeah.
What's that? There's like a ringing noise? Like a humming? Is it the... Oh. It's kind of cool.
Looks like their payphone's broken. First the glass, now the phone line?
Oh well, looks like you're stuck with me.
I'm doomed.
Okay, that's pretty sus though, right? Broken glass, no one's here. The clearly phone broken, phone down. Why isn't someone else here? Note, radio frequencies for emergency broadcasts. To ensure your safety and to stay informed about any emergencies or important updates, please familiarize yourself with the following radio frequencies. 101.5 FM, general park updates and emergency alerts. Use this channel for real-time information on park conditions, weather warnings, emergency instructions, and updates on search and rescue operations. In case of an emergency, use a walkie-talkie or a two-way radio to communicate your location and status. Okay, keep your radio on and tune to channel 101.5 when hiking or camping in remote areas. Regularly check for updates, especially during severe weather conditions or if you hear unusual sounds. Okay, so... Okay, there we go. It's 101... How do I change... Oh, it's FM at the moment, and we've got 101.
This is the Ashwood Creek National Park Emergency Station providing... This is the Ashwood Creek National
There you
Park
go.
Emergency Station providing real-time updates on park conditions and safety guidelines. Currently, the park weather is calm. Temperatures are expected to drop tonight. Visitors are advised to prepare for colder conditions if staying overnight. Wildlife activity
Luke
has
Jenkins.
increased in the
Was he
northern
still part of the
areas,
search tonight?
specifically
Think he is?
sightings
You
of
mean
black
the
bears
scout
near
camp
the
leader?
railroad trail.
Yeah.
Please maintain
Dedicated
a safe
to find
distance from
him.
any
Good
wildlife
guy.
and properly store
Yeah, I don't
food in
know.
lockers
He
in the
really seemed
beauty
off in the
area.
interview.
The
Did
fire
you
risk
rule him
remains
out as a
low today,
suspect?
but remember,
No,
fires are
I
only
didn't.
permitted in
He's still in.
designated areas.
He was the
Please
last one to see
extinguish
him.
all fires
You're the
completely before leaving
investigator.
your site. Camping outside of designated areas will result in a fine.
Okay, so no... That's just an automated message at the moment. We can tune in later. Okay, so shift seems to go between walk and run. Q. Alright.
Yeah, I got it. It's parked right next to the road.
So that's Harvey's car there, like they said.
Where was he last seen? Was it here at the parking lot?
Yeah, that's in the statement. He got to the parking lot at around 6 a.m. He was angry. But not just that. Apparently he was really wound up. Left his keys in the booth, then he just stormed off. Wouldn't talk to anyone.
Okay.
You said he was acting weird. What did you mean by that?
Rangers said he was on edge. Not just nerves. They said he wasn't sleeping.
Because of the missing kid?
Maybe. He told the scout leader he saw someone in the trees.
His
words.
So where do I go?
Well, if you just follow the trail, you should reach the visitor center. Tell me when you get there, and we'll figure out the next steps.
Old cash box in the trunk. Looks like he keeps some of his personal stuff here. Photos of what looks like Harvey fishing as a kid. One's a drawing. Looks like two boys in the woods.
Okay, let's drink at the exact same time. What about his...
You know anything about the parents?
Hell if I know. Harvey always seemed like a recluse. Wouldn't talk much, especially not about personal stuff. Not even to the other Rangers.
Well, surely you can dig around.
You want? I'll check the park's personal file when I'm down in my office. Don't expect much, though.
I found some stuff in his trunk. A satellite or something. Some wires, too.
Satellite? Harvey trying to phone home? Well, maybe the Park Service gave him a raise in the space program.
Maybe he's a bit of a tech nerd, or just has a hobby.
Okay. Wait. Scout. Oh, okay, so this was a box. Oh, I can go through the pictures. It's very similar to Mia's, my daughter's picture of me and her as a kid. Interesting. Interesting. I don't see anyone up there. Cool. Alright, into the forest we go. Park visitors continue on forward. I guess we go. Oh, cool. Flashlight. Very cool. Just waiting to see a silhouette or something in the trees. Can I go up here? Oh, cool. Is there anything over here? Can hear a waterfall. Do these just go to the same place? Oh, it seems it.
This is the Ashford Creek National Park Emergency Station providing real-time updates on park conditions and safety guidelines. Currently, the park weather is calm. Temperatures are expected to drop tonight. Visitors are advised to prepare for colder conditions if staying.
Okay. There was just like a big boom in audio, and I was... Yeah, the bugs around the lamps look really cool. Everything so far is really well done. Read. Oh, it's an otter. Fig 1. Otter on a log at water's edge. Common resting behavior. Fig 2. Close-up of otter's face. Note. Rounded ears and dense waterproof fur. Did you know otters can close their ears and nostrils underwater and hold their breath for up to 8 minutes? Go otters. Alright. Inside we go.
I'm at the visitor center.
And? You found anything?
Someone's been here recently.
Right, a lot of people go there.
Not a lot of people go here in the middle of the night and leave the lights on in one of the rooms.
You mean the service room? That one's usually locked.
Oh, it's open. Oh, the door's closed.
Lockwood on a camping trip with his folks, and now, well, no one seems to know where he's gone.
Oh, I could have just... Of course.
But a missing young boy, my heart goes out to his family.
Okay, there we go.
Police officers and park rangers
So...
trails day and night. We're all hoping for good news.
Oh,
All right, let's get
Oh, I'm so far away from the camp. There's so far to go.
tonight's story
So I'm down in this red dot by the looks of it.
and its woods. Now,
Yup.
in the hills up there,
I can't.
well, they're not sure
Why
what's
can't I look
going on,
around?
that's for sure.
Can I...
Some folks
I
say
can't.
it's
Okay.
moving out there.
So I'm kind of stuck just looking up and down. Oh, no, I can still see. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, so I'm down near the granite trailhead. And I gotta make my way up. There's a watchtower. Watchtower. Firewatch mentioned? And then I've got to make my way to this camp, I believe. That's where everything went down. I can't... Yep.
Now, folks, I ain't saying there's something supernatural out there in the park, but, well, you know how it is with old
I'm just going to say aliens.
Start
That's what I'm
somewhere.
missing.
There's a map here.
Good. I got the old one here in my end, so it's a piece of crap. Let's figure out where Harvey might have gone. Ranger said he's still stuck to his usual rounds, even with the boy missing. Lakeside Trail, Lookout, picnic spot, all worth checking. And if he left anything behind, it'd be in the Ranger cabin.
Where's the cabin on the map?
Oh, it's
Should
down by
be
the
near
water.
the entrance to Granite Ridge, right beneath Sentinel's Peak.
Right. I'll get going then.
Oh. Right below Sentinel's Peak. So here. Oh, it's so far to find this dude.
They got a poster of the kid here.
Yeah, they've been replacing them every other day, hoping someone spots him.
Feels strange being here for Harvey while the whole town's still out looking for Elliot.
Listen, I had to split resources. You just got the short straw. You're still part of this. You're not off the case.
Didn't say that. His parents live
No,
2 blocks
okay.
away.
Okay.
I had to look them in the eyes the other day.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm just tired.
Kit.
Half the team's running on caffeine at this point. And we're getting pressure from higher-ups to scale back.
Kit. Hang on. I don't have long to... What are you doing?
4 days is
too
too soon to quit.
I'll tell that to the guys sleeping in their trucks.
Tell that to his mom.
Just keep your eyes open. You never know how
You're
things get
so
connected.
weird. Okay, cool.
There's a little news clipping talking about Whispering Hollows. Is that the little cave next to the lake?
Little cave. It's a whole cave system that extends thousands of feet below the park.
The article's talking about some group that used to live there. Looks pretty creepy.
Yeah, I think that's bullshit. Just the kind of folklore that keeps people away from the woods.
Why is my camera doing this again and again? Doing that doesn't fix it, does it? New. Painful. Alright, hold on. You're just gonna chill there, bud? No, that's the wrong thing. Don't... I'm having technical difficulties just with my camera? What is happening? Yep. Yep. Hang on. Hang on. We'll be back. We're coming. What's happening? It's taking its time. Oh, don't give me the tutorial on whatever this is. Okay, we're good? I think. Yep. And then... Hey. Stupid. Okay. So you said the cave system... It's not just a little cave. A big cave. I don't know where that is, though. Oh, there's a little house there. Okay. Can I have the rifle, though? Surely I should be taking this. Oh, it's a cheap one. $11 for a...
There's a chair knocked over in the service room.
Weird.
You don't just leave a chair like this. Somebody must have fallen. Does anyone else come here?
Depends who got the shift. But no tonight.
I mean, this whole thing could have just been Harvey from last night, right? Didn't turn the light off. Hello, silence that comes with the fog. Harvey Waters, March 1979. Okay.
Good evening, folks, and welcome back to the Ashwood Talks, where we talk about everything and nothing at all, at the same time. I'm your host, Quentin Baxter, coming to you live from the fine town of Ashwood Creek. Before we get into our usual banter and tall tale stuff, I want to take a moment here, folks. If you've been keeping up with the news, you've probably heard about the search for young Elliot Lair, 14 years old, out in Blackwood on a camping trip with his folks, and now, well, no one seems to know where he's gone. Now, I know this town, and I know we've been through tough times before, but a missing young boy, my heart goes out to his family, and the police officers and park rangers who've been combing the trails day and night. We're all hoping for good news.
Alright, I'm not here for good news. I'm here. That's an abnormally large saw for a place like this, right? Okay, so we go to the wilderness, I assume. Of course. Okay. Nothing here to look at. Nothing there to look at. I'm expecting it. Oh fuck, that was me. I'm expecting at one point to just look into the bushes and see someone. A shadowy figure, perhaps. Caution falling trees.
This is the Ashwood Creek National Park Emergency
Okay,
Station.
so that's the same thing.
Updates on park conditions and safety
So I'm
guidelines.
there.
Currently, the
Does that update? It does update. Alright. On our way. So that's the city, the town down there.
The search party must be getting really far. I can't even hear them now. It's mostly static than a voice. Look, can you just switch the channel and see what the situation is?
Alright. This is police investigator Ethan Collins, checking in on the situation with the search.
This is Luke Jenkins, camp leader at the Ashwood Scout Camp.
Status update?
We're still covering Sector 4. It's a rough terrain, sir. Found some prints earlier, but the trail broke off near the stream. The rain didn't help.
Got it.
Collins? What are you doing here?
Investigating Harvey's disappearance.
Figures. I talked to him yesterday. He was off. Snapped at me for nothing. Kept writing in his notebook. Weird. I've known Harvey for a long time. Was never like that. I
What's
figured
that way?
he just needed space, you know?
Don't blame yourself, Luke. Focus on the search. Let the chief know when you're back at the camp. I won't be on this channel. Over.
Do I
Copy
do
that.
Go up. That way I can get a higher look, and then if we need to. Yeah, I guess I would have just been there. Okay, no full damage. Guess where am I? Okay. Welcome to Granite Ridge. Legacy of Natural Wonder. Granite Ridge stands as a testament to Ashwood Creek National Park's enduring history. Formed millions of years ago through geological processes, This magnificent ridge bears the mark of time, or the marks of time, characterized by its sturdy granite formations that have weathered the ages. Sacred grounds. Indigenous tribes once regarded Granite Ridge as sacred grounds, honoring its rugged landscape and bountiful resources. Ancient artifacts and petroglyphs discovered in the area testified to the deep-rooted history and significance it held for these native cultures. Cool. Okay. Burial ground. Interesting. Maybe. There's still a light on down there. There's still a light on down there. We're gonna go check it out. Couple lights on down here.
I'm at the boathouse. Floor's a mess. Got muddy prints. Looks recent.
How fresh are we talking? Can you get a
Well,
closer
I was
look?
up near the edge of the park, just past the trailhead.
Of course.
I followed the prints. Looks like they go straight to the window. It's cracked open. A bit of mud on the frame.
Could be how someone got in.
That's...
Yeah? If they walked backwards.
Yeah, because they walked in. Wait. These fucking footsteps. What, you stop here and then okay, what's best got? Well, I don't understand. Like, you stand here and then that one's clearly the right foot. Right? Yeah. Because you've got the bigger patch of dirt there. So that's the right foot. And then the left foot. So you're doing some fucking whack shit walking here. Like, this foot. And then this foot. And then there. And then, like, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
His walkie's
This is
busted.
the other
Covered
the other
in mud.
walkies.
Back's all smashed.
The other
Well,
of the
no wonder the
walkies.
search party couldn't get a hold of him.
It's making this weird sound. Almost like it's hissing.
Could just be interference. I'm even surprised we got reception, to be honest. Especially with electronics going haywire in the park recently.
Can't have had much luck calling for help. Found Harvey's jacket. He's definitely been here. It's all covered in mud.
What's with all the mud? Sounds like he took a swim at the swamp.
Maybe he did. You don't get covered like this in a lake.
Well, found a shoe.
Doesn't look accidental either.
What do you mean?
Maybe he was looking for something.
In the mud?
Yep. Probably looking for Elliot. I don't know.
Got a couple of family photos. Did you look into the file yet?
Yep, got it right here. Father was a musician, it seems. Mother worked wherever she could. They've traveled around a lot. Eventually settled here. He's got a brother and 3 sisters. Lives with his wife and daughters in the town.
Did you look into the file yet? You know anything about him?
I'll dig around.
Okay, so we got a shoe down here that I saw. Yeah.
You got something here, Rob. Looks like it's a shoe near the water line. Too small to be Harvey's.
A shoe? What's the condition?
Muddy, waterlogged. Been here a while.
Elliot
fucking
had
clean.
sneakers on, right? What do they look like?
I don't know.
It's a sneaker, all right. It's pretty small. Could be his size. Brand's Deluxe Stars.
Location?
Just below the boathouse, near the water line. Tracks end here, though.
How did it end up in the water?
Could have gotten snagged on something.
That's right. The lake is big. Who knows where it came from?
Oh yeah, could have washed up here. Alright. Nothing else down here. Maybe. Nothing. Actually, what's this over here? What is this? Oh. Unstable ground?
So, you on your way?
Yes, Rob. You asked me a minute ago.
There's no one to talk to this late at the station.
Yeah.
So, how's the park treating you?
It's peaceful. Being away from all the noise.
I heard whispers just then. Didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. Ew. Okay. Cool. Alright, let's go back up. Cool. Alright. There's nothing really that way, I don't think. Oh, I could have gone this way. Don't like that. Yeah, so that's gonna be a sneak path. Sneak path? Maybe a path that opens up later on, perhaps? Mm-hmm. Okay. Jump.
There's a fallen tree in the way.
Just climb over it, jeez.
I can't. Not this one. It's too big.
I could definitely
You gotta
find
work
this.
on yourself, man.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm finding a different trail.
Oh, of course. This is how they do it, isn't it? This is how they fucking do it. Can I... They get you off the main path and then that's where they kill you. Yeah, okay, well. Don't like this.
Footprints in the mud.
Similar to the ones in the boathouse.
Yeah, about the same. They look pretty fresh. Mud's not dried out yet. These prints are deeper than most. Looks like whoever made them was wearing boots, not regular shoes.
So ranger boots, and we found found the same prints in Harvey's room.
Sounds like we're on his trail.
Don't like that at all. Don't like that at all.
Hello?
No. Oh, do not like that at all. It's gonna be some sort of fucking demon. No, don't get stuck. Keep on running. Keep on running. Not looking. Go, 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 go. Bushes. Through the bushes? Yep. God, fucking hell.
You can fuck off, Mother Nature.
You fucking... That got me. That got me good. That was a good one.
There's a small shed here.
Oh.
You're at the picnic spot, right? I see you on the map.
What are these sheds for, anyway?
The Rangers use them to
Did
store
not
equipment
like
they
that at
got.
all.
I think they're locked anyway.
They're locked. Whew. That made me jump. That got me.
Somebody was at the picnic area tonight. Looks like they even wanted to stay for the night.
What? It's gotta be those teenagers again.
What do you mean, those teenagers?
A bunch of young assholes. They don't care that the park has rules.
They left
Fizzy
their
pop.
boombox here. Consider it.
Nice. I heard the wildlife around here really like some punk music.
Haha.
Bunch of soda cans around here.
You might as well take one. Gonna be a long night by the looks of it.
Yeah, I'll drink this too. Drink it. Alright. Drink it to the bottom. And then can I grab one of these ones? Oh, you best believe I'm just gonna drink these kids' supply of everything. As they said, it's going to be a very long night. Drink their entire supply. I can do what I want. I'm a cop.
Somebody left their backpack here.
Looks like they left in a hurry. You wouldn't just leave your backpack.
Should I leave it here?
Fenced off.
Until you find Harvey, yeah.
There's another backpack. 2 backpacks.
Got a can of Dr. Almond. Haven't heard that in a while.
Tasted like
Hey,
cow
finish that?
syrup
Yeah, I
and
did.
parts of it. Really weird taste.
Oh, there's more.
I thought they stopped
I can't take
making
'em.
these.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Alright, we're going this way. I think we're going this way. East. Trout.
Oh my god, what is this?
What is
course.
it that suddenly made you believe in God?
That thing's called a blocked trail.
Blocked? How?
There is a mountain of rocks on the main trail. Some trees have fallen too.
Landslide?
Looks like it. This trail here is pretty overgrown. It's full of bushes. Any idea how to get through?
Look, your title is police investigator. You should be able to get past a couple of bushes. Find something to clear the trail with.
Okay. Cool. So then, whatever I use here, I can use at the other one as well.
What the hell?
What is it?
The boombox on the table's on a different frequency now.
You mean to tell tone?
Aliens.
What's playing? You hear anything?
Not much. It's distorted.
Hey, you got that little radio. See if you can tune into that frequency to clear up the sound.
You mean my radio?
Yeah, try it. Tune into whatever frequency's on the boombox.
Yeah, 104.
This is the Ashwood Creek.
Don't like that at all.
Remember?
I just tuned into the frequency.
And what did you hear?
I managed to clear up the sound to hear the signal.
Do
and
not
I
like
heard
that at all.
like a voice.
Alright, that's odd. Could be interference, or maybe someone messing with an open frequency. Anything else?
It's
No,
open now.
just a whole load of nothing and a boombox that shouldn't be working.
Oh, I don't like this at
Shit
all.
anyway. Tired brains start filling in gaps.
Right.
Oh, I'm not gonna report this at all. I'm not gonna report that it's open now. Because I should report the door that was locked before, 2 seconds before, is now open. I should let him know. Okay. Maybe I can hack down the demons, because I swear it's got to be aliens. Demons, the aliens would be too cliche. Fuck. It's gonna be some sort of fucking Wendigo or something, right? Nah. Alright, up we go.
What? Did I just...
That's kind of cool. Although, for sure, demon, right? Okay. Where am I? Okay, I gotta be on the other side of the...
Great. My shoes are soaking wet.
Nice. Wouldn't be the first time today. Ugh. Fucking noises. Look out. Look out. I need... This way? Some animal noises over there. So I need to... Oh, yeah. Going this way. If there could stop being that noise, that'd be great. So we got misty wetlands. Alright, so it's all downhill from here. And the other way just seems... Oh no, I can go this way actually, by the looks of it. It's a little bit of a fall. I could go the long way around, but I'm already here. I should just do it. Yeah, okay. Oh. Oh. Bless me. Bless me. Alright. Oh. It's the second one. The second sneeze always gets you. So I can't go this way. By the looks of it. Oh no, I gotta go down that way. Okay. We're going down. I'm yelling timber.
I hear, like, some weird sound.
What sound?
I think someone's chopping wood here.
You mean to tell me somebody's chopping wood in the middle of the night? Where even are you?
Just below the lookout. I think it's stopped now.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so maybe get some more people over here. You know? What's the bet that I won't be able to continue? I'll have to go up to the Sentinel's Peak place. Wait. Oh, that's the cabin I've got to go to. Fuck. Yes, if I try and go this way, is it going to be like, no, you've got to go the other way?
Does the lake trail cross a little river?
Yeah, that's right. Leads to the camp.
Well, the bridge here is broken.
What?
Yeah, it's half
Fuck.
gone. Looks like it collapsed.
First the landslide, now this. I guess nature's not happy.
Yeah, nature.
Okay, so I would get 2 logs from... Oh. Fucking hell. Alright. Onwards! This way, and then this way. Yep. Climb over. We climb over.
Another fallen tree.
Okay, we
There
go
wasn't
around.
any crazy weather lately, right?
I don't think so.
I saw that. I saw that, you son of a bitch. I swear I saw it.
I've got blood.
Whoa, 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 what?
There's a rock covered in blood. Looks pretty fresh. Parts of it dried out.
This way.
Fucking positive that's blood?
Yeah, positive. Could be animal.
You saw nothing.
Can't
I
say
swear
exactly.
I did.
Where are
Fuck
you
you.
right now?
Just outside the cabin.
Copy that. We need to get you back up.
Who are you gonna get? Everyone's out in the search party.
Fuck. I'll try something.
I'll stay here and look for more clues.
Work your map of the spot if you can.
What do you mean?
I'm at the cabin, but the door's locked.
You see anyone inside?
Looks like someone's just been here. Smoke's coming out the chimney.
Harvey?
Why would Harvey leave the place like this?
Well, I didn't hear anyone. Search party should be at the camp by now.
What do you mean, nothing? You're telling me no one's on comms?
Well, I didn't hear anyone. Search party should be at the camp by now.
Fuck.
Let me try. Search party. This is police investigator Ethan Collins. Come in. Anyone out there? Luke Jenkins? Officer Carter?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. It's dead air.
This isn't normal. They always check in every hour.
Yeah, it's fucking not. Look, I gotta get inside to investigate.
Okay, there should be a spare key somewhere. Might be hard to find it.
Is it under the rock? Is it under the rock?
Where's the key?
Look for a stone with red marking.
Of course. Of course, does that mean... What do you mean red marking? As in... One of... One of these? Generator. Oh, a plank. Nope, can't do anything there. For a stone with red marking? Like, where? Like, around? Over here? These? Like these ones? These are stones. There's no red marking. How deep do I have to go? Do I have to go like deep? Deep? Found you. Never mind. It's all good. So I'm going to do something here, and I'm going to see that window, when I leave. Surely. But if I see it inside, I will shit my pants. Okay, work report. Date, 23rd of the 8th, 1985. Area, GR East, ML... Oh, okay, Granite Ridge East, MLWH. No idea what that is. Tom Blake. Morning shift, checked the perimeter of Misty Lake, some campers stayed the night, cleared debris from the main trail leading to Granite Ridge, another black bear spotted near the cave entrance, warned nearby hikers and posted caution signs. Afternoon shift, routine check on Peely Lodge, all clear, minor maintenance required on the cabins. Noticed some unusual radio interference while communicating with HQ, likely due to the storm last night. Okay. The following day was Susan Green at Granite Ridge East. Morning shift conducted a safety briefing for new rangers, patrolled the lower Granite Ridge trails, no incidents, found remnants of an old campfire near WH area, cleaned up and posted no campfire signs. Afternoon shift, met with the local wildlife researchers, shared recent bear sightings. Okay, reported a fallen tree blocking the main road near the entrance. That's one that we climbed over, I believe. Maintenance team scheduled for clearing tomorrow. Oh, you son of a bitch. Night, Rolkus. That got me a little bit. That got me. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And thank you for gifting. You didn't hear... Oh my god. I just looked crazy then. Why doesn't it come through? Oh, it's because... you just turn like you heard the devil. Roll, because I'm always hearing the devil. Yes, no, fuck, do I have to fix this up every time? And I'll play it just for you, because you did it. It's on cooldown. This should... There we go. That's what scared me. That's why I looked and turned like I heard the devil. Yes, no, thanks for tuning in, man, and thank you for gifting Sacefex. I think that was what her name was. Sacefex, a little subby. I thought it might be a little John. I could see that. Oh man, now I need to get a little John. But yeah, no, thanks for tuning in, man. Appreciate it, and I'll catch you around. Have a good night's sleep. Have a wonderful sleep. Afternoon shift. Met with the local wildlife researchers. Shared recent bear sightings. Yeah, the fallen tree. Observed increased tourist activity around Misty Lake. Requesting an additional trail check tomorrow. There's more pages. Okay, so these are all each day. So the next day, Michael Hopper, morning shift, routine patrol, Misty Trail, nothing unusual. Afternoon shift, noticed strange carvings on trees near the South Trail. Possible pranksters. Weather report indicates potential storms tonight. Advise campers to prepare. The next day, Harvey Waters at the Granite Trail. Morning shift, cleared fallen branches along the Granite Ridge Trail. Assisted hikers looking for the old Watchtower trailhead. Advised against going off route. Afternoon shift, found an empty fire pit near the creek. Not marked on the map, left a warning notice. Radio interference was minimal today. Spotted deer near the water, first time in a while. Is that the same person that... No, it wasn't. Okay. So Harvey's the guy that we're trying to find. So this is the next day. Noticed increased noise in the radio static again, mostly near Whispering Hollows. Very cool. Unusually low wildlife activity today. Afternoon shift. Heard laughter deep in the woods. During patrol could have been campers. Nothing on file. Well, that's fucked. The following day, this is Tom. Assisted a lost hiker back to the visitor center. Provided them with a new map and safety tips. Lost hiker? I guess so. I don't know how you could get lost in this area, though. Everything seems to come back to a sign. Noticed stone carvings in GR entrance. Visited Peely Lodge. No issues reported. Okay, so Michael Hopper. Boy Scouts requested help with tutoring. Went on a short instructional hike with one scout team. Found strange footprints near Foster Quarry. Cool. Wind's very calm tonight. Compass spinning wildly near certain areas. Sweet. So I wonder at one point if we'll get a compass and then we've got to find these areas, maybe. Our friend Harvo, Heatwave has arrived. Went on a hike with Boy Scouts at Blackwood Camp. It was hard to breathe today. The forest feels alive, not in a good way. The shadows move when I'm not looking. He was there. We couldn't find him. I don't remember leaving. He was there? We couldn't find him. Who? Well, there's no area on this one. So the others have an area. So Granite Ridge, East, MLWH. This one doesn't have an area. But he doesn't remember leaving it. Or leaving for his shift, maybe? This is the next day again. Areas, just question marks. My flashlight flickers when near the cliffside. It's annoying. I don't remember leaving. So that's twice now he said that. The teens again. They ran when I called out. Same faces. Still 13. The door to the ranger cabin was locked, which is odd since I'd left it open. I swear I saw shadows moving. They disappear when I shine my flashlight on them. So this dude just had three shifts in a row. Ah. Hello, Sherlock. How are you? Long time no see. Long time no see. How are you? How's everything going? So this is Harvey's third shift in a row, and 2 after he doesn't remember leaving a certain point. Remaining fallen trees removed by maintenance teams. Okay, so that fallen tree was not the one that I climbed over at the start. The forest is unnaturally silent, almost windless today. No animal sightings. Yeah, we haven't seen any animals either. Sat down to write this entry. The shadows are closer now. Wandered deeper into the forest. There were 2 moons tonight. I felt his breath again. Fucking Forever Man is still alive. It has been Forever Man. Honestly, I couldn't even remember when the last time was. Couldn't remember at all. Still alive. That's good. I've been well. Yes. Yeah. No. I'm doing well. Doing really well. Yeah. Working as a game dev in both professional and personal. Still remember Amnesia Horror Days. Man, right? I remember having that shitty laptop and we recorded, we did that series and it was, what? It was like it almost, if I remember correctly, it was like 5 frames a second. And oh man, it was a different time. Different time. But I have to ask, you've been playing some Battlefield? Yeah, so terrible in hindsight. But yeah, honestly, man, when I look back, I think I still have those videos somewhere. I deleted a bunch off of YouTube from back in those days, but I've still got some Battlefield 4 videos that we were doing with Steven, Gutters, Jack, and Michael. But like those were good. Oh, really? The dad life. Oh, well, congratulations. Congratulations on living the dad life. Not congratulations about minimal game time. Yeah, the issue is gaming moves so quick now as well, with the entrance level being rather low and it being super popular. Just games come and go each month. It's crazy. Been playing Hades 2, Silksong, and some Borderlands. Ooh, the newest Borderlands? Borderlands 4? How are you liking Hades 2 and Silksong as well? I have yet to finish the first Hollow Knight, and I have yet to finish the first Hades. I did start Borderlands 4. I have yet to finish Borderlands 4. And I have yet to finish Borderlands 3. So I haven't really finished many games. Hades 2 and Silksong is mint, man, so good. So I've only watched, I've watched some very minimal gameplay of Silksong, and it just looks the same as Hollow Knight. I really enjoyed Hollow Knight, but I want to finish that bit before I even get to Silksong. And Hollow Knight's a hard game, and Hades 2 is mint. Yes, yeah. I haven't seen much gameplay of Hades 2. That came out first on Epic, and I didn't watch anything there. And then it came out on Steam, and I haven't looked at all. Right, mate. Yeah, Hades 2 is chill. The first Hades is rather chill as well. But yeah, Silksong and Hollow Knight, you really have to be in that mood. I recently jumped back into Hollow Knight on the Steam Deck. And I stopped, I think, within a couple minutes. I just wasn't feeling it. And you really have to with that one, just because you can get pretty ragey really quick. So, but no, it's good to see you. It's been, talk to you, it's been so long. So long. How many kidlets do you have? Is it just the one kid, or we talking multiple? Yeah, I haven't spoken to any of them either. yeah, I couldn't even tell you what they're doing. I think just 14 months old. Wow. So she's new. She's one of them new babies. Well, newish. But that's awesome though. Congratulations. I'm sure your entire world has just changed so much. Oh, really? I had no idea. I moved states and I haven't talked to anyone really much from that era, so I have no idea. But yeah, no idea what's happening with Jack or Steven. I think I've got them on socials, but I don't really keep up to date with much of that. Az has got a kid too. Wow. Oh, that's good. Good you keeping in touch with Azza. Man. It's such a throwback as well. Oh, hello. Sorry, the only kid that I have is this one here. Little fuzzball. Are you just going between me and Mum, huh? Zuna, was he just with you? I think now I still game every once in a while, but yeah, haven't been in that circle for ages. Yeah, yeah, couldn't tell you. Nah, he hates me. I'm in Queensland now, Charlotte. So I believe I'm in Jack's area, or I know Jack was up here, but yeah, I think it has been over 10 years. I've been up here now for 7. Over 7? I think it's 7. And when I was down there, I think the last 3 or 4 years down there, so I think it might even be 11 or 12. Yeah. Something like that. Wild times. Excuse me, what are you doing? The camera can just see you looking up. Still dog rocking. Oh, nice, man. Nice. So the only big change for you, I guess, is child. The child. Don't come back over here. Don't. Just be cute. I can feel your purrs through the table. You're vibrating the entire desk. You're so cute though. You're so cute. Yes. Why are your whiskers longer on that side than this side? What's happening here? Try a few work changes better than that. Same, hey? Yeah. Yeah, well, I think I would be... I went through a stage there where I was doing less gaming. I was in hospitality and working full-time, and I think gaming on the... like, in my weekends, but I didn't really do much outside of that. A lot of drinking. But yeah, now I'm in the industry. I do it for a job, and I've got to do it for my job, and so it's really cool. But it gets to a point where it's hard to sometimes enjoy games because I am doing it as well for the job as well. But no, it's really good. So I do it professionally, and then do it for my career, and then I do it personally as well. So obviously I've released my game, The Night Shift, and that was pretty good. Over under 2 years work there. Learnt a lot, and then I went to uni as well. That didn't think that would happen. Yeah, did that. Did the night shift, and then yeah, I got a job out of uni, or whilst I was in uni, in a local game development studio, and now I'm learning a lot, and I'm doing it for a career, and it's pretty good. Learn a lot of behind the scenes, obviously, and a lot of people that I work with have worked on a lot of games that I've grown up with as well. So it's really cool. Really cool. But yeah. My headphones just died. Hold on. Hurry, I'm not gonna run you over. Hold on. What cable does this need? Why don't I have it here? But yeah, the good thing as well is because I do it for a job, and both, I guess, professionally and personally, I can put everything on tax, so I can enjoy it personally and do all of that, but then, you know, take some learnings from it from professional and put on tax. So it's not all bad in terms of that, but what do I need? Why am I so bad tonight? I need that cable. Yes, no, Sherlock. Thanks for. It's so good to see you, man. It's so good. I'm trying to stream at least once a week. So thanks for dropping by. Happy. Hope you're having a nice Friday night as well. Spending the spooky night with the fam. But you know, I'll catch you around. It's good to catch up and good chatting as well. It's really nice. Glad it's Friday. Oh, the weekend is here. All right. Hold on. I don't have that cord here. Okay. I'm gonna be back in a second. So, man, hopefully talk soon. We'll be hearing about more about. Yes, no, of course, man. Of course. I think, yeah, happy to if you shoot me a message or I'll shoot you a message. I'm not even sure if I got you on socials. Anyway, I'll catch you later. I promise. Thanks for dropping by. All right, I'm gonna go find a cord for my headphones because I don't know where my cords are. Fun fact, I didn't mean to press be right back. Didn't mean to go on that screen at all. So That's cool. Yeah, so I had to go put my headphones on charge. So I'm doing this headphoneless, which will be fun. So hopefully none of the audio from the game comes through the microphone, because otherwise I'm going to have some problems. It shouldn't. I don't have this very high. That's okay. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Otherwise I'm going to just raw dog and stream. Honestly, just doing it. We're doing it live. Okay, so where were we? So Harvey has done his third shift. Yes, remaining fallen tree. So the tree at the start wasn't one of these ones that were reported as I originally suspected. The forests are naturally silent. Almost windless today. No animal sightings. Sat down to write the sentry. Yes. Okay. Yes. No. I read this before. Felt his breath again. Whose? Oh, this dude's had 4 shifts in a row. The fire. Look into the fire.
Found a ranger journal inside the cabin.
Wait.
What the hell?
Son of a bitch.
What the hell?
What?
There's a...
Can you speak, goddammit?
the wall.
91.
There's writings on the wall. There... numbers?
What?
I don't know what the hell's going on.
I can't fucking...
Robert, I'm fucking locked in the cabin. Fuck this!
Oh, there's a fucking... Ding, ding, ding. I feel like I should take one of the walkie-talkies, right?
This is the Ashford Creek National Park Emergency Station, providing real-time updates on park conditions and safety guidelines. Currently, the park weather is calm. Temperatures are expected to drop tonight. Visitors are advised to prepare for colder conditions if staying overnight. Wildlife activity is...
Here.
I do? Hello?
Echo beat 2 hertz. Beat echo. Stop. Sound painful. Repeat.
What? This thing's not a two-way. How can you hear me?
Here.
Echo. Police.
Turn back. Turn.
Now. Echo beat echo.
Ebe. Echo, beach, echo. Oh, right. I thought it was a tap for some reason, even though I've been using it this entire time. Misty Lake. Beach? Are they talking about the beach where the Peely Lodge and the camp is? I don't like that. I need logs. Something's gonna happen.
That was insane. There's gotta be an explanation for this. But... Hello? Rob? God damn it, please tell me you can fucking hear me. Great. Well, I'm just telling you, I'm getting out of here. Now.
Okay. Something's not gonna let me, right? Surely. Surely. Hello?
Hello, sir. How's it going? Are you all right?
You're... No, it's not you.
Are you Harvey Waters, sir? What you doing out here?
Can't you see? Chopping wood helps me think.
No, what are you doing here? Your wife's worried sick. I was sent to find you.
She doesn't understand. None of you do. What's your name?
Why do you ask?
I've seen you around.
What does that mean?
No, it must have been someone else. You know what it's like to lose someone? To lose track of them? And search for them every day? I know he's out there. I've seen him.
Is this about Elliot? You know anything about the boy?
Elliot. He's a scout. Good kid. You'll never find him.
Why's that?
I've seen him. He shouldn't have gone in there. It's not my fault, okay?
All right. Okay. Where's the boy, Harvey? You know, right?
I don't know. Why should I trust you? You didn't even tell me your name, Ethan.
How do you know my name?
I think it's starting again.
What's starting?
You'll understand soon enough.
You see any teenagers roaming around the park, Harvey?
Teenagers?
Yeah. I found some abandoned stuff back at the picnic site.
At the picnic site, huh? The boombox still playing?
Yeah, I guess. What happened? You know anything?
You did this, didn't you? It's your fault. All your fault.
What? Listen.
There is no escape.
Harvey,
sir.
I need you to calm down.
Stop.
Right now.
Come with me. You have to come with me now!
Oh,
we can
okay.
find him! We can get down on the ground!
Oh. Okay. Oh, but nice. Oh, I just jump off a fucking cliff.
I'm scared.
That was a lady's voice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you copy?
Oh,
I
the
repeat, do you
tinnitus
copy?
is strong.
Yeah. I'm here.
Jesus. You sound grumpy like usual. Anything happened?
Fuck my leg. I just took like a 30 feet fall and ended up God knows where.
You what? You're not serious.
I'm serious. I think I fucked up my leg.
Fuck. You need to sit tight. Let me call one of them.
No time. I found Harvey. He was just hacking away at this tree stump. Over and over, like he didn't even know I was there.
What the fuck? You found the guy?
I went for an arrest, but somehow he snapped, and I lost my gun and had to run away. I was running away from him and slipped.
And Harvey say anything at all?
He mentioned Elliot. He said something about a circle.
What? You pressed him on that?
Yeah, but he started rambling about some bullshit.
This way.
Okay, Ethan, deep breaths. You're a tough guy. Find some kind of a landmark. Do that, and I'll triangulate your position.
I'm on it.
Well, see, I didn't even realize I had a gun, right? Otherwise, I would have pulled that out for the demon. Oh, I can run now. Still no rumblies over there. I think that is the way to go, unfortunately. I wish there was a better way. but we go to the Rumblies. Through the forest. Running, running, running. Very cool. Oh, fuck, that'd be
great.
cool.
This looks totally
We shall
not creepy.
transcend.
What is
Nox
Got a
Omnia
rock here, prominently placed.
Excipient?
Symbols carved into it.
Symbols.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of writings too.
Oh, don't say
Nox Omnia Excipiat?
Great. I barely passed high school ladder.
And these say something about transcending. Harvey mentioned cycles.
That mean
Why the
absolutely
fuck would you
fucking
say it?
anything to you.
No clue.
Oh, we don't have an idea. Okay, so far... Oh, yeah. I know where we are. So we're above to the right up here, right? Because we could go either way around the thing. We're up at the bend. And this is the bend. And then we go that way, which takes us into this area. And I would want to go left. Or... yeah, left seems right. So let's... with my trusty hatchet. I don't know why you'd, on the radio, say the fucking Latin. Everyone knows you say Latin, and it starts some cursed shit.
You remember the missing person case from a decade ago? It was up there in the park too.
Vaguely. That was... I wasn't on the case.
Yeah.
One of them was Harvey's brother. His name was David. They never
I
found
can
him.
get over this. So yeah, so
Any of
that's
the
the
answers
other
they
way.
were
So
looking for.
we want to go this way.
Really? No clues at all?
No body. Just a few items left behind. You're better off just focusing on what we've got on Elliot.
Wait, is this a riverbed? This way? Area closed?
I found a really weird sign here. Area closed by the U.S. government?
What? Shit, you're at that sealed off zone they cleared out years back.
I thought that was just a rumor.
Well, I think the feds might have been up there sniffing around after David disappeared.
So I think I'm in this bit here.
How do I get out of here?
First, you should find a fence or something you can get through. Then we can get you to the camp and you regroup at the search party.
Hello. put
Should
the
I
other
go
one.
past the sign?
I just need to
If
put
you
the,
want to
the
get
food
out
in.
of there,
I haven't
yeah.
done that yet. If you could. Let's go 3. 3. Please. Please and thank you. I didn't hear any of that last bit, but there's whatever this is.
I found an old tent out here. Military. Or federal. They left stuff out here, but it looks abandoned.
Of course they did, and they didn't tell us shit.
Really? Not even you?
No.
There's a report here. Mostly redacted, but it mentions something about the collapse of Black River. Calls the site unstable.
Black River. There's no Black River around here.
Maybe it's just a code name.
to all agents stationed to assist with Operation Black River. After the collapse of Black River, the site was deemed unstable, further exploration prohibited. Bunch of stuff redacted. All operations are halted starting today. Okay.
They left behind a clipboard. Looks like one of the first reports.
Anything interesting in there?
They took some measurements. Radiation. Mentions of some type of an anomaly and comms interference.
Sounds...
Strangely similar to what just happened to me.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. It has to. I'm still thinking aliens. Radiation levels consistent with projections. Interference with comms confirmed. Multiple anomalies detected. Strongest point seems to be below the depth of the current site. Civilians, redacted, claim to have seen a strong light prior to subject disappearance. Recommend immediate cessation of public access and containment of Vector. Any and every document related to Operation Black River is classified and should be withheld from local law enforcement. Okay. So I still think I'm here. Yes. Didn't you say capsicum?
I said jalapeno.
Interesting. Thought you said capsicum. Lucky for you. No, lucky for you. They were out of jalapenos.
Did you look where the jalapenos are? Because they're not the same for disease ones.
Interesting. Interesting.
This is a very nice capsicum specimen, but you know.
Did we want to try it with capsicum?
Taste right.
Very cool. Well, we'll save that for another night then. Surely. Into the woods. Woods. So I got my 2 planks. I can use that to cross... Oh, this looks fucking... You know what?
I'm in the middle of a stone circle.
Ooh, fence.
What?
It looks like I can insert something into the stone here.
What do you mean insert something? How do you insert something into a stone?
Pretty easily. It looks like there's a shape.
You got anything?
Surely aliens.
Should I even do it? Who knows what'll happen?
Sounds sketchy, but we're on our way to get you out of there. And maybe it'll help us find more clues of what the hell's happening.
Missing object. Alright, cool. So I gotta come back here with the object. Fence. This is a very fancy fence. Right? I don't know where I am anymore. Okay. Back in I go. I go this way. We go this way. We go up. We go this way. This way? I can't go that way. What fucking way do I go? Am I stuck? Okay, so that's... What if I went this way? Is there anything over here? You know what? I feel like that would be where I've got to go. Maybe instead of left, I go right? Maybe. Yeah, what this? What this? Interesting.
There's a cave opening here. I think I hear a faint noise from inside.
Cave opening? I wouldn't go there, Ethan.
You think whatever the feds were investigating could be in here?
Just be careful.
I went back diagonal ways. That's how I went. Also, I don't know where I'll be on this cave. Right? That would be where I'm thinking here. Unless I go through and I come out above... Oh, yeah, Skeleton Cave. Fucking bats, go away. The mist. We break it. We break it. We break it. We go through. Nothing can stop me. Which way do I go? Left. Okay. Let's go around in circles. Wait a second. We go this way. And there was... This way. That's fucked. Unless I missed it. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What the fuck?
Fuck, did I just miss?
Rob, I found a cavern here. I saw eyes in the dark, and there was some kind of a movement.
Eyes in the dark.
'Cause I looked at that.
Come on.
I'm not losing it, okay?
I didn't say you were. Just watch your step in there, alright?
Okay. I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet. So. I'm gonna put a little music on. Mute myself. And I'll be right back. And we're back. Not only am I back, but I got headphones at 90%. I do have to turn this music off though, because we're at a spooky point in the game. I think. Looks spooky. I didn't see the eyes that apparently came out. Huh.
Is that a fucking totem?
What?
Totem.
Made out of thin sticks, held together by a couple of ropes. Centerpiece is a skull. Looks like a snake, judging by the teeth.
It's a fucking massive snake.
This shit is starting to get fucking crazy.
What's the... Cool. Fuck, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's a bat. Right, I was like, I'm not turning around. That seems like... Not doing it. Yeah, okay. I'll come over to the cult.
It's a full-on ritual site. There's bones, candles, everything. I can't fucking believe it.
Man. Fuck.
Yeah, they must have done all kinds of rituals down here.
That's pretty
And
cool.
some of these candles are lit.
You think someone's been there recently?
Maybe. The serpent whispers beneath the noise. Only those who listen will move forward.
I hope you didn't just lose your mind.
I found something in the cave.
The fuck? That mean anything to you?
The whispers part, maybe. There's static in here, almost like the signal's off somehow.
Let me know if you figure out what that means. I'm looking into the Ouroboros thing.
What's this? It's kind of cool. That's also kind of cool. There it is.
You figure out anything about the symbol yet?
Not really.
I got an idea. The radio's picked up some weird shit before, right?
Only those who listen will move forward.
Yeah, I got it. That one.
Echo
That one?
Beach. Serpent.
Yes.
Seek.
Truth. Wait.
Remember us.
Beach.
Echo.
Should I remember you?
We.
Meet. Till. Birds.
Echo.
Beach.
Come. Higher dimension. Access possible. Access possible.
Are you in a higher dimension?
Negative. Ride.
Fail. Stuck. Stuck.
To
Surface. It is out.
there.
Waiting. Waiting.
For you.
Me? What's waiting?
Beach.
Echo.
Connects.
Robert, I just used the radio down here. Some kind of voice came through. It was distorted, fractured.
What'd it say?
It knew I was there. Said things about
Should said
access,
Echo Beach.
higher dimensions. This happened before, at the ranger cabin. I'm not crazy.
Alright, let's try to stay grounded here.
This isn't just random static. It
I don't know where
talked to me.
Echo
Okay,
Beach
let me
is.
know immediately if that voice shows up again. And don't touch anything else that talks back.
I'm not getting the toy for you. This is all this. This is all the stuff that was up top. Harvey stuff. Alright. We're going in the door. We're doing it. We're going up. There we go. Oh.
I found something. Looks like a makeshift lift. Wooden frame, ropes, pulleys.
Oh, wait a
Looks
second.
like
Why am I going
amateur
down?
work, but sturdy enough.
A lift. Cultists built that shit. That's insane.
It's kind of cool. That's the cool S symbol that you do in fucking high school. Oh, close to it. Close to a cool S. We're outside. Fucking fly going around. I didn't pick up anything. Can I go through here? I didn't pick up anything for that big. Raw. Should I pick up something? Alright, well I don't know where I'm going now. Unless there's something here. Okay. This isn't creepy at all.
I found this letter in some wooden box inside a tree here.
So returns.
The serpent
Forest is awake
returns.
again.
The forest is awake again. We shall meet again and finish the vision of Victor Thorne. Any idea who Victor Thorne is?
Who knows?
Don't like that. Don't like that at all. I've got the hatchet out. I'm not even sure if I can fucking damage anyone. I'm gonna try though. So I'm still trying to figure out where I am, right? I thought but surely I'd be able to go into this now, right? Maybe if I swing the old... No? Nothing. I'm back at square uno. Right? What's this? Playing cards? Yeah. So this just goes here. It's nothing. Can't climb up that. It's too high. Unless it wants me to... Yeah, so that wasn't there before. Okay, so... Go back this way? Right? This is the way that I was... That I came from before. Down here, back on the path. It's not going to want me to go back, right? That seems... No, I can't go back. Can I go back? No, I can't get up there, okay. So... Fucking... bear or some shit. Nothing over there. So, did I not pick up something? Did I not do something right? Oh. So would... Wait, that was... Well, I can't remember if that was there before or not. I don't have the object, no. So... I can clearly climb this. This is like I'm yay big. Look at that. I could climb over that. Sure. Oh. Surely. Alright, well, there wasn't anything in here that I missed, right? There wasn't any... I don't know what I'm looking for. Here. Oh, wait a second. Wait a gosh darn second. What's this wire? Oh, I don't like that. Scraping. Oh, it's their compass. Now I feel like I meant to go down the water. What? Scotch? Scotch? I don't have anything, any noise, any audio, what? What is happening? Hello, thank you for rating. Hello everyone. Just sing an alert song. Oh, that's not happening, Mandy. I'm sorry. No, sing. Don't make me sing it. Zuna's singing one from the other room. Thanks, Zuna. You did great, honey. Hello everyone. Oh no. Oh, I'm just gonna put some music on because the silence is awkward. Sing the song. Dan, hello everyone. Oh, I've missed so much. Hello, Scotch. Thank you so much for rating. I don't know what to do. 72 people. Hello everyone. How's the rest of your stream, Scotch? How did you go with Radiolight? Did you finish it? I just don't want to continue going if it was if you smash it in 3 point. Okay, cool. So it's short. Okay, cool. You got first, second, third. Dan, we don't want to talk about that at all. He finished it. Cool, awesome. I'm not stuck I don't think. I'm really enjoying it. Yes, there are moments though where I'm, you know what? I'm just gonna stop this. Let the awkwardness be, and then we're just gonna go back into the game. But there's a few sticky places. I had Jane help me when I got super locked up. Yes, so I think I was at that point of the a lockup. I did the serpent snake radio puzzle. The gate opened up for me. Went through, went down the thingy, and went back out into that main area. And I was confused, so I went back in, and I'm at a place now where I found the compass, and I'm destroying these. Oh, I swear to God, Zuna, stop. Oh, I swear. So I was in a sticky situation, and I thought I'd head back in, and I found a new area. And I think there's another area if I follow the water where I got the compass, maybe. And then there's another area on the other side, but I'm not sure. Yes, and because I've got the compass, I've got the 3 planks of wood, and I have gone into that circly cult area with the big stone thing that I thought was going to be aliens, but it's clearly not aliens, it's a cult. And I'm looking for a device to put into it. I'm just looking for that device. And I only jump scared once at some birds at the very start. And potentially my own fucking sounds that I've got. Thanks, Dan. No, Scotch, do what you need to. Do what you need to. You looked amazing today, but yes, no. Sort yourself out. Those dang birds. Yes. It was just the one, actually, I think. But man, it got me. I was a little absent during Scotch's run during the game, so I'm keen as a bean to watch you go through this. Fading Star, welcome. Yes. Yes, no, I don't know how close I am to the end. But I'm enjoying it. I'm really, really enjoying it. And Dan, thank you. Thank you. I try my best today. I try my best. Hey FP. Hey FP, welcome. Okay. So I don't know. Oh, more planks. No? Okay. Am I meant to... Wait a second. No. What was that?
Echo Beach.
Right, okay. Fanny's out. What a whiplash in tone, submissive and breathable to lurking. Dan, are you okay? Dan's never okay, and that's okay. That is fine with me. Okay, so I don't know what I meant to do in there. But, however, I want to check this out. Okay, I can't go in there. That is fine. Okay. I thought I would have to go in there. Maybe it circles around? Wait, hang on. I don't think I've tried to... Okay, so I've got to go onto the other side. Maybe it's on... Yeah, through here, okay. More planks. Yeah. So I think maybe I've got to go through here? Perhaps. And I get around. No, that's the way. That's a way into this. So how do I... Oh, maybe you're like the aliens from that one M. Night Shyamalan movie where they're allergic to water. Cave pools are death, or they didn't code the water physics. I prefer my answer to that. Yeah, maybe. Oh no, my... Fuck. Oh, my camera software. Oh boy, we're gonna have issues. Hang on. It just looks like I'm not moving at all. I swear I'm moving. I promise. Laney, what did you say? He needed a moment to recover from his excitement. He did get the first, second, and third check in fading star. Hello? Nope. Okay. Very cool. So I... Oh no. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Wow, major technical difficulties. Why is my camera stuff being not like that? Excuse me? So we close that. Thank you. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's try this again. There we go. God. I need to sort this out. What if I just turn that off? Hopefully, maybe it's not blurry background, but that's fine for the moment. That is fine for the moment. Ugh. Yes, Jane. No, thank you for thanks for tuning in, and yes, no, grab some sleep. Thank you. I will probably get a little stuck, but that's fine. It's fine. I got the compass. Do I need to put that in the thing, maybe? Maybe let's try it. Swing. There we go. Jump up. Okay. I wonder if it is the compass. It looks compassy. Perfect. Beautiful. Sir.
What the fuck? What are you? The signal's here again. What does that mean?
Oh, I've got Nax. Stay away. Bruh. What? Okay, I can't go out. Am I meant to... Nope, not get too close. Okay. I don't know what do I do? I get... Okay. There was nothing to do? I had to... Oh. Is it a radio thing?
What the fuck? What are you?
symbol's here again. What does that mean?
The snake symbol? Okay, do I have to radio?
Which way? North? North?
South.
Echo.
Beach. Clear.
Holy shit! What just happened?
Gates open.
Hey, you hear me? I'd
Defeat
appreciate
my
your help
first
here.
enemy?
What I've seen is just fucked up. Hey, you gotta be kidding me. Don't tell me the battery's dead. God damn it with these things. Where do I charge this now?
Okay. Thanks for that, Lily. I would have had... I wouldn't have had an idea to do that. At all.
What's a metal door like this doing in the middle of the woods?
That should have happened when it was locked. Not when it's open. Okay. Well, if... bolt cutters? I don't have bolt cutters. Is there... Is there bolt cutters? In the... Was there bolt cutters in the army tent? Because I couldn't use the axe. And if I've got bolt cutters, I could potentially check out the... the locked fence that... Aha! Wait, were these always here? No, I'm gonna go into the caves first, I think. Because there's that chain fence that I couldn't... the chain gate that I couldn't do. Because it was locked. So do that, and then I'll go down there and charge my walkie-talkie. Why was my keyboard doing that? Perfect. Oh, awesome. Yeah, because it was just on the sides, right, Scotch? Or did you have it all over? Like a little slippery snake. Hmm? Alright. Open sesame. How do I... hatch it? No. Fuck. Can I break these ones? Fuck. How do I bolt cutter? Oh my god, I didn't know this was a thing. Excuse me? Tools. Oh. The bolt cut. Wait. What? I had no idea this was a thing. How do I use just the... maybe I can't use bolt cutters there? I'm enjoying the game so far, Scotch. I really am. There's a couple moments, obviously, where you do get stumped, but I think I'm enjoying it. I'm liking the atmosphere, liking the story. I do like the gating of some areas, but I feel like I should be able to do that. Oh, Emp, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello. But you know, I don't know how to use bolt cutters right now. I feel like I should be able to bolt cutter these, or unless I have to be on the other side. What's that? It's not just a button, is it? No? Oh. Oh, okay, it's a prompt. Okay. So maybe I've got to be on the other side of that gate then, and I just don't know how to do that yet. Unless I can't. Might be a later thing. Well, that was pointless. I've come down here for a pointless venture. There we go. Alright. But no, you did this in 3 hours? 3 3.5. That's really, that's shorter than I thought. But I'm not sure how far the story would... Yeah, I'm not sure how long the story would go. Especially made by one guy. And it seems to be a really put together... Fuck, did SAS took 7.8? Holy shit. Look, I'm not surprised. But... that's a lot. Bolt cutter. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I was there. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna go put these planks on this bridge down here then. Because I'm sure I will need to do that at some point. Yeah. I wonder if... Beautiful. Okay. Cool. So now I can go back and forwards here. My next stop is the beach. Yes, the Peely Lodge. The Peely Lodge. So how, Scotch, where would I be in terms of your playthrough? In the 3.4 hours, would you say I'm at the halfway mark? Or... closer to the end? Whew. Okay, halfway, cool. Okay. Sweet. I do find the inspecting controls a little bit funky. I think they're inverted. So you know how some people play Dark Souls all the way through via hooking up electrodes to pepperonis on a pizza? I assume that's how. Oh, for the 7.8 hours? Not sure about that. Fading Star. I think there would just be a lot of yaps and...
Really? This gotta be a prank.
Alright. Okay, camping fees. Okay, cool. Close you. Is there anything here? Health. Noob. Nothing there. Breath in the wild. Breathe in the wild. Stonemark trailers carry out what you carry in. Okay, don't start campfires. Yep, that makes sense. I've got matches again. So I didn't actually know this was a thing, and I don't know what I do, like why I've still got some of this stuff. So the paddle, no idea. And then matches, again, no idea. Tape, plank. So they might come in handy. Okay, nothing there. Oh, okay, didn't need it. Cool. Okay, yeah, it was just, I pressed the Q button before trying to figure out how to use the bolt cutters before you mentioned. And, yeah. Oh, hey, Ben! Bye, Ben! I didn't know you were here. Ah, hello, goodbye. Thanks for tuning in. I'd tip my hat if I had one on. Okay. Let's go on here. Locked. Okie dokie. Okay. It's like I've got more tape now. Could not tell you what the tape does. I don't know what I can do with it. Alright.
Where is everyone?
That's right, because there's going to be more people here, right? Let's go to the crime scene. Let's see what we can...
Their stuff is still here.
Yeah. Well, are these... the people? The people that were meant to be coming here looking for people? Or are these the... Why can't I... Alright. Oh. Oh! Okay. That's what I do with the matches. Oh, the marshmallow's not toasty enough. More toasty. Is that two? That's two. Oh! That was really quick. I think I fucked that up. Might be too much. More tape. Okay. Fuck, I've got a lot of tape right now, actually. What's in here?
There you go, buddy.
Oh. Oh, okay, I got an achievement for it. So I put back Elliot's compass. But I took his matches.
How did that get here?
Time to get settled.
Oh,
We've
thanks.
got a big day ahead of us tomorrow, so no wandering off, okay? Hey, Elliot, buddy. You all right? You've been quiet all evening.
I guess just thinking. You ever feel like something's waiting for you? Like there's this thing out there watching?
Sure. You mean the trees? The stars? It's a little scary at first, but that's the woods for you. It's just nature.
I don't know. I used to think I'd be the kind of person who finds things, solves stuff. You know, like Indy.
Hey, don't let it get to you, kid. Everyone gets that way sometimes. We've got a good crew here. We've got the Ranger looking out for you, too. What about Harvey, huh? I've seen you talking to him.
Yeah, he's been around a lot. Talks like he knows things.
That's just Harvey for you. Always mysterious. All right, now off to bed, boys.
So I'm going to blame Harvey on this one. I reckon Harvey was wrapped into this little cult. And then because he was chatting with Elliot a little bit, it was easy to pull him. I thought I could take those. That's okay. Locked. Alright, it's empty anyway. There's nothing. Cool. Alright. Into the big one we go. Yeah. Okay. I have a feeling it was Harvey.
Alright, folks. I gotta say, sometimes the strangest things happen in the most ordinary places.
Alright, what's in
And that
here?
brings me to the next part
More
of the show.
tape?
Weird stuff people believe.
Please include full name. Okay, yep, we've got anniversary trip. Solo camper, stayed one night, creek was low, left early due to weather.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Um,
Some folks think Ashwood Creek sits on top of a magnetic anomaly. You know, one of those weird...
I'm going to turn you off. So the camp check-in for the troop hike with Elliot in it. All accounted for. July 30. Oh, and then 2 days later, no new arrivals. Fox got into the garbage again. Cleaned up. And then... Oh. And then a couple days later, nice spot. Got rained on, left beer in the fridge. You're welcome. Backpacking from Clearwater, August 8th. Stopped here overnight. Something wrong with the air? Something wrong with the air. Okay, I left early. Then a couple weeks later, left food out and a raccoon took the whole loaf. Thanks, nature. During that time, no issues. Weather was great. We'll book again next summer if available. Jake is an unknown group, no permit. 4 days later, no paperwork. Warned group leader not to return without proper authorization. Then there was a youth retreat here. 10 campers. Quiet group. Okay. And then this is the one with Elliot. So the Scout Troop 97. Leader Luke Jenkins. Yup. Group arrived late. Missing 1 permission form. Okay. Ranger approved verbal check-in. Staying 2 nights. September 1st. Yeah, camp temporarily closed. Okay. Okie dokie. Supply checklist. Yep. We've got the breaker here. I'm sure we'll have to turn that on at some point, seeing it's a horror game. Very cool. Okay, nothing else in this room. Okay.
Still full. Didn't stick around for a refill.
Let's meet after dinner. I've been in this camp so many times, but this time something ain't right. Don't tell the others yet, Luke. Okay.
Food's half eaten. They must have left in a hurry.
Fuck, that does look good though. Scrumptious. Okay. Alright.
What the hell was that sound?
Okay, it wasn't in here. Is it in... Oh, it's upstairs. Okay. Alright, I'm getting there. Game, stop. Why have I got the... Why did I start a fire? We got paddles there. Okay. Oh, Queenie, thanks for following. I'm not sure if that actually came up on screen. I was having... It's weird. I think the follower alert sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. I don't know what the go is there with that.
What the hell? Some kind of electrical problem?
Told you. Breakers. Oh, the deer statue. I can't put it back up. Investigate. Do I have to... Is that an outside thing? Maybe. Let's have a look-see. Are there There are generators. Yellow.
What the hell? The cable's cut.
Oh, lucky of... Pliers? Oh, fuck. I don't have pliers. Where the fuck are pliers? I don't think I got pliers. Are pliers inside? Inspect. Put back. I'm not sure if I ever was in a position where there were pliers. Oh. That's a plier. Never mind. I take it all back. Oh, I thought it was getting a bit red there. Cool. Oh, well now we can fix this. So now we know what the tape was for.
Who goes there?
Oh, I swear
Easy
to God.
there. Are you armed?
You bet I am. Get out of here, you slimy little thief!
Sir, I am not a thief.
I'm Officer Collins, Ashwood Creek Police.
Hold on. You're a cop? Sorry about that, mister. Name's Fred. I work here. Receptionist, groundkeeper, you name it. Was asleep in the back when the power went out. Thought I'd check what was going on.
Huh?
Hey, Fred, someone's cut your wire. You've had a lot of thieves around here?
Oh, yes. Thieves, hooligans. That's why I came here.
You're Not even armed, are you?
Nah, most scumbags just need to be threatened with a gun. And then my charisma does the rest. Thank you for patching the cable. Are you looking for the boy too? Like the fellows in the search group?
I'm looking for them. Where are they?
You're a bit
They
sus.
were just here. I helped serve dinner even, but something spooked them. They cleared out in a hurry.
What spooked them?
Beats me. Just woke up, power's out, and now you're
Yeah,
here.
I got really
cold
jump scared by
Why don't we sit down
the
inside?
bird.
I'll make us some tea. You look like you've had a
when
rough
you came
night.
out the bushes right at the start. That one really got me. But I haven't really... Wait, I turned... Oh, is he going to turn... Okay, yeah, turn that on. Also, sleeping in the back, where the fuck were you at? Okay. Wait a second. I shouldn't have done that. I should have checked upstairs first.
Here's the tea. Hope you don't mind it strong.
Nah, you're sus. I don't like you at all. Hang on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Guess we're drinking tea. Alright. Oh, I put fire in. Yeah. Can I poke it? I'll put more logs in it. I don't know why I lit this fire. I don't actually understand.
So, what brings you
Oh,
out
that's
here
a
this
thing.
late?
I'm not gonna
Something to
drink
do
your
with the
tea.
boy, huh?
Something like that.
Drink it.
What about you? Why are you still here?
Someone's got to keep the lights on, eh? Plus, this place doesn't run itself. Especially with the search party coming and going. They need a fellow down here they can count on.
Can I ask you a couple of questions, Mr.
Kirkley. But call me Fred, and ask whatever.
Fred.
You've been working here a while, haven't you? You must know the park pretty well.
Oh yeah, coming on 30 years now. But some folks say the park's got a weird history. You know, small town, lots of gossip, little proof.
What kind of gossip are we talking?
Oh, the usual. People claim they've seen lights in the woods, heard voices. There's even talk of that old cult from the 70s. Oro something?
Ouroboros.
Yeah, that's it. Creepy stuff. But probably just stories to scare the kids.
Probably.
There was a scout camping trip 3 days ago, where the boy went missing.
Oh, yes. Terrible.
Do you know anything about it?
Well, the camp's been around forever. Kids have been pitching tents and learning how to tie knots out there since before I even moved here.
Okay. But
What about Harvey Waters? You know anything about him?
Oh, sure. The Rangers and the Scouts cross paths all the time. Makes sense, right? Rangers keep an eye on the park, and the Scouts are always out hiking, camping, poking around. Harvey was friendly enough with them.
I wanted to close the door.
What does that mean?
Well, you know, basic stuff. Trail safety, teaching the kids to identify poison oak from regular shrubs, that kind of thing. Wasn't close to them as Luke was, but I do remember seeing him and Elliot talking a few times.
Yeah.
But Elliot seemed to like him, almost look up to him.
Yeah, so I still think Harvey inadvertently got Elliot hooked into this cult. Maybe.
Why would a boy like Elliot look up to Harvey?
Well, Harvey knows these woods better than anyone. Kids think that sort of thing is cool, knowing the trails like the back of your hand. But isn't that kind of odd, officer?
What?
Elliot disappears, and then not long after, Harvey's gone too. You tell me if that's a coincidence.
Yeah, probably.
What about the search party? You said they were just here. Notice anything unusual?
Well, they've been in and out a lot, mostly at night. Seems stressed. I don't blame them, considering the kid's still missing. But Luke, the scout leader, he has not been acting right. I'll tell you. Kept pacing outside, muttering. I saw him exchange a few words with Harvey yesterday. but it felt off entirely.
Did he say anything to you?
It's like he's...
No, not to me. Then the group left in a hurry.
He's staring into
Haven't
my
seen
soul.
them since.
Thanks for answering my questions, Fred.
Blink.
Oh, absolutely.
Please blink,
Wasn't
sir.
much, I'm afraid. If you're heading back out there, be careful.
Blink.
The woods can play tricks on you at night.
Thanks for the tea. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh. Yeah, I'm still not gonna drop. Why you? Oh, mate's gonna fucking jump scare me. Because I'm looking in his business. Does that only have 2 legs? Oh no, okay, no, I get it. Is there anything here? Yeah, look, it's pretty weird that there's fucking nothing in here, champ. Oh, I thought he was gonna jump scare me. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Was that what the key was for? Looking at this stupid thing. Search party's cabin key. Oh. That's outside. Okay. Yeah. Yes, this Fred dude. Is it a bit fucking sus?
Food's half eaten. He must have left in a hurry.
Got that. Okay, gotta pass out, mate. Gotta be up in 5 a.m. Ew. That'll probably get cancelled. Yeah, apparently the weather's meant to be really bad this weekend, so if you do go out, stay safe. But thank you again for the raid, and yeah, have a nice night and sleep, and I'll catch you over the weekend anyway. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me into the cabin. Search? Oh, search party cabin. Over here. Doi. Oh, it's storming at the moment? I think we've just had some rain, maybe? Yeah, if you're meant to be at the beach. Okay, well, have fun if it's still on. The fuck is this search party cabin? Map. Oh, there's another one down there. Okay. Alright, so I've got to go this way. Yeah. There it is. Found it. Well, don't like the light being on because it'll probably flicker at some point. Okay, what have we got? Charge walkie-talkie. Fuck yeah. Play logs.
Base, this is Carter. Negative on sighting in section WH. Fog's rolling in. Visibility shit. Keep everyone in pairs, please. I don't want to
Oh my god, the inspection stuff.
We've got what looks like small footprints up above the quarry. Could be him. Maybe he doubled back. I'll check the lower path alone, just in case.
Okay, so there's 2 places where there's no signal.
Carter. I'll keep the line open.
No luck here. Anyone got anything near the lake?
Okay, so there's some stormy areas up north.
Cut the chatter unless it's relevant.
That's the boy.
I know you are.
Don't trust the silence after your name. E-T-H-A-N.
Don't like that at all. I thought I heard music before. couple of music ones here. Okay, so no radio frequencies that's going to get me in trouble. So that's
This is
done.
Ethan. Robert, do you copy? Over. I repeat, this is Ethan. Over.
Jesus. You would darken me for hours. I was ready to send a damn chopper.
Walkie died back at the Stone Circle.
Where are you now?
Blackwood Camp.
You grouped up with the search party?
No, they're gone.
Gone?
They must have pursued a lead. They're not here.
Fuck. What else happened? Jesus, Ethan, you're telling me you fought a monster, or whatever, with a radio.
I know how it sounds.
No, you don't. Sounds like you're slipping again.
I'm not drinking. Not on duty. Not anymore.
Really?
Oh shit, no I did.
Yes, really.
Doesn't matter. It's the same pattern, man. You zone out, vanish. You chase things that aren't there. Then you're backhammered. It's the same shit.
That was years ago. You said you wouldn't bring it up.
Yeah? Well, maybe I should have.
You think I'm making this up? That I just zoned out and came up with all of this? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
It's just pattern recognition. You were talking about voices and shit. Sounded like a total lunatic.
And you didn't believe me. Just like now.
I did believe something happened, but you were a wreck, man. And I didn't want to add fuel to that fire.
What does that mean?
Well, you know, we have people missing. Feds out there.
You knew what the feds were doing.
Not all of it. Just enough. But now you know too.
Son of a bitch.
Why didn't you tell me, Rob?
Well,
Yeah,
first
Rob.
of all, it's a government secret. I wasn't even supposed to know. And also, I didn't think you could take it. I was trying to protect you. Your career would be over. We wouldn't be talking now.
So, what now?
Well, you're in the middle of it. Tell me what you think.
I don't know. Nothing adds up. I can't see the whole picture.
Yeah, something's missing.
I've got to keep looking. But fucking where? Rob?
Ethan, do you see it?
What? Stop fucking playing with me, Robert.
Shut the fuck up and tell me if you see that too.
See what?
Go outside.
Oh,
The fuck? I see it.
it is
There's a
aliens.
huge fucking light beam in the sky, right? It's not just me.
You see it from the station?
Right, it lit up the whole town.
It's just past the camp. Looks like Misty Trail.
They
Aliens.
mentioned this in the report, right?
Aliens,
One in
aliens,
10.
aliens.
Civilians mentioned a light. Site deemed unstable. You believe me now? There's some real fucked up shit happening here.
I don't even know anymore, but there is a light beam in the sky. So it's safe to say you're not imagining this one.
Hey, Widow. How you doing? And there's pliers here as well. But I do have... I'm assuming at some point I've got to come down here and go there. Ooh. Interesting. Maybe. Yeah. This has to be aliens, right? A cult that started with aliens, given some sort of technology. I'm good, Widow. I'm good. I've played a couple hours of this already, I think, but 2.5 hours. And enjoying it. The pumpkin patch? But no, I'm good. I am splendid.
Yikes. Somebody bailed mid-carve.
Mid-carve. Wait, place ripe pumpkins here. Am I meant to also do pumpkin picking? Or am I meant just to... Fuck, this is some large pumpkins. Alright. Nothing there. We're just going to the light. So yeah, so I'm thinking aliens...
You know what? I'm done just sitting on my ass. I don't know what the hell's going on, but this thing, it's not natural.
So, what now?
Make some calls, getting whoever I can.
Oh, that's loud.
Myself.
You sure?
No, but if we're gonna face whatever this is, you're not doing it alone.
Oh, do I... So if I'm looking this way... Okay, if I'm on the water here... I think it'll be Foster Quarry, right? Maybe on the other side at the where there's the little middle finger. I'm here as well. No, Lily, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to type anything. You can just lurk from the shadows. That is more than fine. Nice. Sorry, I've been lurking. Got called into work early. Ew, work early. Do you at least get paid for a little early work? And again, lurking is a-okay. Lurk away. Alright. Over. Excuse me? Okay. Okay. To the light. Pitch dark room. So you are in the shadows. Spooky. Spooky, spooky, spooky. Fuck, this is cool. Alright, onwards. The fuck is that? What are you?
I found some
kind
kind of a thing here.
What does that mean?
Some kind of an air disturbance. It won't let me pass.
Slade, I was given your phone number by... No, sir, this is a real emergency. We got a light beam in the sky. Yes, I know how that sounds. No, I'm sure the FBI will be in on this case soon, but I need assistance units now. Sir? Sir? Fuck. You on your way to the damn light?
I am. This thing's in the way.
Well, you gotta find a way to get past it.
Alright. Technology.
Scout. Good. Scout. Find out. Soon. Scout. It was now.
It's just up ahead. You're gonna love this.
Are you sure we're allowed?
No signs.
Which way are you going?
No gates.
So you're going this way.
Just
okay.
stone in time.
Okay, just feels off. Is that the point?
You'll see. Places like this stick with you.
I just saw something. I tuned into a frequency and there were people. A boy and an older guy. Just like that, in front of me.
Describe them.
Older guy had a strong build. Sounded like Luke Jenkins. They were heading somewhere. Sounds like they were already coming from the woods, though. The guy mentioned showing Elliot something cool.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that wasn't a recording. They were right here. I could hear them.
You think you saw some kind of a memory? Or a different dimension?
Yeah, different time. And I
Oh,
saw what
okay,
looked
I'm
like Luke and
quite a
Elliot.
distance up. Okay.
Really? Maybe you were right to suspect Luke. But he's been helping with the search. You reported him missing.
Yeah, something doesn't add up.
Okay, we're keeping
Everyone
on this
describes
way.
him as the kindest guy you'd meet.
Yeah, when you're kind, it's easy to fool anyone.
Unless everyone's kind of in on it, right? Like with the cult. But it does make sense because if everyone's in on it. I don't know. I still think aliens. I mean, this makes sense, right? Cult. I do love cult things. I love Alan Wake 2. This has some vibes of Alan Wake 2. Ooh.
Robert, I'm at the light beam. There's people down here, in robes, standing in line toward the light. You copy? Of course.
Of course. Alright. Getting the old trusty hatchet out. Kinda cool.
Hello?
Oh.
Elliot?
Hey, Mr. Jenkins? Is that you?
I'm not, but I'll help.
You've got to help me. I think it's gonna happen again.
What?
What is? Where are you?
I don't want to. I think he's returning. Hurry! You've got to help me before he plugs me back in. Hey!
Okay. Okay. Yep. Oh. I go in? I don't like this. Third one. Oh, that's blinding. Get that one.
Echo Beach. Do not touch. Do not.
What happens?
What happens if I do?
One sees it. One forgets. No one.
Return.
Do not touch.
Is this Echo
Do
Beach?
not.
I'm touching it.
Where is Elliot?
Echo Beach.
Echo. Light.
Connect. Close.
Soon.
Close.
What the hell do you want from me?
Anchor.
Vessel. Signal.
You tune. We
Shape.
What's Echo Beach? What are you trying to say?
Hall.
Echo Beach.
Home. But
Trap. Ethan.
indecisive.
It is. Ethan. Close.
It.
Echo Beach. Far away.
Aliens. Straight up aliens. Has to be.
Not you again.
No, we're good. We're good. He ain't scary. He ain't shit. Where's the red? Unless you're gonna like sprint at me though. Sir? Oh.
They are gonna go. Do decent. Remember? Decent.
Ooh! Gotcha! That one! Wilbur is a friend. How are we calling him? Is it Wilbur? Are we calling him Wilbur? But yes, no, culting stuff is so cool. Okay, stop! I gotcha! We're friends. Cool. We done?
I don't know what the hell you just did, but the whole town just shook. Lights flickered. We lost power for like 30 seconds. Phone's dead.
You add that to the list. I saw Elliot in the light beam. He screamed for help, then he was just gone.
You what?
So I'm in the light beam. Are you putting the lights up? Is that what's happening? Oh, he's... What's the name? No, that's its name, I believe. Oh, we'll call him Wilbur for now. We'll call him Wilbur.
And the radio. I talked to that voice again, but it was more like a presence. That's when the light beam exploded.
Jesus Christ. Alright, I managed to raise a few guys from the county before the phone went out. I'm switching to handheld, and I'm leaving now.
Okay. Back to the camp we go. We gotta go the long way, though. I'm assuming there'll be a couple more, maybe potential spooks. Maybe we'll... Moose Man, maybe? I'm curious what the moose is. Moose Man.
I'm heading down into some kind of old quarry.
Oh, do I go
Trying
up?
to find my way back.
Ooh.
Copy that.
I'm gonna go.
Getting in the car.
Can I go up?
Signal my guest body.
Okay.
Only call in if it's urgent, alright?
Got it.
And don't stay in that quarry too long. Not exactly what I'd call a safe place.
I don't know how I forgot the name. Game name. I was about to Google. Radiolight. Radiolight is the name. Turn you off. Okay. I can't do anything here. Okay, cool. Nah, you ain't scary, Moose Man. Can I climb up this at all? I can. I can climb it. Parkour. Ooh, dead birds.
We got a bunch of dead ravens out here. Like 10 at least. Must have dropped all at once.
Birds don't just drop like rain.
Well, these ones did.
Well, these sure did. The hell?
What?
It's a simulation.
Nothing. Something just felt off.
Yeah. It's a simulation. We're just living in a big simulation. Yeah, okay. Has to be. Right? Just no more funky radio. So I think we're on pretty good path. Yes. So we got to head back. I still think we've got to at some point go to the center of the lake. Because all things, when there's a creepy island in the middle of... Okay.
Rob, I'm seeing blood on the ground. Not old, either.
You sure?
Yeah, spattered across the dirt. Leads off the trail, I think.
Alright, don't jump to conclusions. Could be an animal. Anything. Can you follow it?
I already am.
Okay, stay with me. We're on the road.
We're on the road again. Yeah, when there's a creepy island in the middle, you've always got to go to it. Yeah, see, it's on the map. That means you can go to it. Surely. And then Echo Beach, I reckon, will be this one like down here, maybe, because it's crossed off on the map. Yeah. I don't really want to follow, but I'm gonna. Not because I want to, though. Is it up here? Where'd the blood go? Was it straight and I just... Oh, there's a little hut there. Didn't even know. Ah, yep. And then it'll be like, yeah. I didn't even see this hut. Ranger Tower. Oh, okay. Okay. Pick up metal bracket. Support beam, support beam. Yep, okay. Cool. Nothing else. Nope, that light is blinding. Oh, do I have to... There's a body there. Shot. Oh.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, is this... I know you're out there. Yeah. Okay.
Wound looks weird. Sloppy job.
I'll take the key. Let's call this in
Got a dead
before
body
I
here. It's
keep on turning.
Harvey.
No. No way.
There's a photo in his hand. It's David and him.
Can't this thing go any faster? Ethan, are you sure it's him?
It's him.
Let me...
God damn it, give me the scene details.
It's signal booster, okay. Broken
Looks
leg.
like his left leg's broken. Snapped. Drag marks would suggest he crawled. Crawled from something.
Right, or someone.
He's on his back. Head turned to the side. One arm's out, reaching
Is he?
for the photo.
No, he's on... Oh, he's on his back, yes.
He responded to something.
Whatever it was,
Yeah,
it
there.
got him killed.
He's on his back.
Shit, our only lead on Elliot's gone.
He had a delivery box on him. Clearly he was on his way somewhere. Let me investigate the ranger tower for any leads.
Oh yeah, do that.
Yes, very cool. Ah, can't do that, so up we go. Close that door. Some boots. Oh, that's blinding. It's been 10 years. I swear I hear you sometimes. Swamp area is nothing new. Shoes washed up again. Checked West Ridge again. Dead silence. Tower radio is picking up static loops. Short bursts. Midnight to 1:15. Might not be interference. Hearing patterns. Test number 4. Boosted tower line with car battery. 3:17 AM. Faint signal. Reversed audio. Sounded like music or speech. Couldn't tune it back in. Test 5. Spliced line through copper wiring and boosted from ground box. Got nothing. I swear I picked up his voice just now. He was screaming for help. Who? No, that's okay. That's okay. We'll, you know, if Scotchy called it Wilbur, we can also call it Wilbur. Kept repeating it over and over. Frequency was precisely 122.3 AM. Need to find a way to replicate. Okay, so 122. Saw a light again. Ridge above gorge. Too steady for lantern, too slow for flare. New booster arrives tomorrow. Gonna rig it straight to the tower. Need power and height. He'll answer again. I can feel it in the air. Something shifted tonight. Hang tight, Dave. I'm not done yet. Who, Dave?
What the? Is that someone's voice? I'm in the ranger tower. Doesn't seem abandoned to me. Someone's been using it. There's stuff inside. The radio base just turned on. I'm getting something.
I don't like this.
Sounds like someone's trying to talk to me.
That's odd. Base radio shouldn't be active.
I can't make out what they're saying.
Check the antenna. If it's out of alignment, that might explain the distortion.
Yep.
Can you hear me? This is Blackwood Camp Ranger Tower. Come in. Hello? Radio check. Radio check.
Nothing. Nothing.
I think the signal's too weak for this.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
This is Officer Ethan Collins,
Got it.
Ashwood Creek PD. I
Ooh,
hear you.
Slenderman. I like it.
Thank God. I didn't think anyone would answer.
Are you here alone?
I was out here with some friends. We were just messing around, camping at the picnic tables down at the visitor centers, you know? Then Lisa and Tyler ran off towards the boathouse. I went after them, but I got turned around. I remember water. A lot of it. And, a light.
Can you tell me your name?
David.
David? Have you been injured?
Listen, we won't do this again. I promise, mister.
You won't be in trouble, don't worry. We just need to get you to safety, that's all. Listen, everything's going to be okay. There's more officers on the way.
Thank God. My name's, David.
So you said, David. Nice to meet you.
I didn't say anything. Did he call the cops on us? Are you here to arrest me? I swear we just wanted to camp. Fuck. Harv's gonna kill me.
You mean Harvey? The park ranger?
No. My brother Harvey. He's gonna be so pissed. Shit. This is so fucked.
Right. No, don't like that. Don't like that.
Anyone hear me?
Turn the light off.
I need help. Please, help.
Oh, that wasn't there before, was it? Oh, you son of a bitch. That's a shoe. Oh, don't like any of this. Body's still there. Okay. This is new. Yeah, okay, so... Oh, what? It was... an old... I was talking to old thingy? Old Dave? Dave from the past. He's there with 2 other people. Yep. Shoe. David W. This is the same muddy-ish shoe, right? That rocked up at the start? So this is never about Elliot, was it?
Ethan, is channel clean?
What do you mean?
I don't want this bouncing around dispatch. You've gotta stop showing up like that, man.
Rob, what? What are you...
I covered for you again today. Said you had food poisoning?
What the fuck is this?
This is me trying not to get you fired. Custody hearings in a week. Mia needs her fucking dad. Present. Clean. You promised me, man. You promised her.
This... already happened.
We'll talk when you're back. Don't fuck this up again.
Oh no, don't like this. Oh, okay, normally. Yep, cool. That's cool. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Is that it? Oh, there we go. This one? That one.
Same goddamn stretch of trees. And nothing. Every night. What the hell? No way. What the hell are you doing this late, Jenkins? And with a kid? What are you thinking? Oh no. You know the caves are sealed off. There's no markers, nothing. What the hell are you doing, Luke?
Okay.
Rob?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Are you real, Robert?
What is this, test? Yeah, I'm fucking real.
I just heard a voice. It was David. David Waters.
What?
He spoke to me like he was still out there. Like it was yesterday. And then I heard you. Not the you now. You from years ago. This place isn't just haunted. It's fractured. It's bleeding different timelines together.
Ethan.
I don't expect you to believe that.
I can go this way.
I believe you.
I had another one of those time distortions. It was Harvey. He was
Go
watching.
this way? Yep.
Elliot and Luke. They entered the caves that night. He led Elliot through the caves. And Elliot might still be down there. I'm going down to the caves. There's no time to spare. I'm doing it. The right thing, for once.
Go, man. Don't fucking die on me.
I won't. Not yet.
Oh, there's stairs here, though. Okay, so we go down here, and then yeah, there we go. So he was saying, when in the vision, Tom was saying that, oh, and then this would link up to the tunnel over here. There we go. That makes sense. Leads up to the cult area. Elliot saw something he shouldn't have. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so it does make sense because they walked away from this area in the vision with Luke saying, I'll show you something really cool. But they were walking away from it? Yeah, okay.
Looks like there's gonna be bad reception down here. I gotta do this on my own now.
That's fine. That's a fine. Is this gonna be it? There we go. This one. Oh, I never tuned into 122.
Back in the 40s, they used to lower miners down this shaft here. See these rusted bolts? They're still wedged in the wall.
That's insane. Why didn't they just build stairs?
Stairs wouldn't have felt as heroic, I guess.
Hey, Luke, hold up a sec.
Come on, you'll miss the good part. There's a chamber up ahead. Isolates sound so well you will hear your blood moving. Elliot! Elliot! Hey, this isn't funny! Shit! Where'd you go? Where'd you...
Luke, what the hell are you doing here?
Elliot's gone. We were just looking around and then...
Where did he go?
He went deep down this passage, I think.
Damn it. Stay behind me.
Right, okay. And then... because we stopped it? Would Luke have been the next person to go? Maybe. There's another passage down there, okay. Oh, okay, so maybe they're just using it to gate off areas? That makes sense. We don't need to go down that way. Yeah, okay. Alright, so there's nothing really in this area. Although it is perfect for a moose man attack. Alright. Yeah, okay. So he snuck into the culty area and he saw something. And that's why the cult chose him. Both him and Harvey, right? Yeah. Oh. Oh. So that was screaming? I wonder if it's here as well. No. No, nothing. Yeah, so that's like someone
Lights
screaming.
are on, huh?
Screaming in pain. so we're pretty low down. I wonder if it's not aliens. And it is actually like demon-y cult. Like the minds went too deep. I mean, they talked about radioactive stuff. She walks between light and shadow, return as promised. I affirm. Ooh. Money! Mind if I do? Oh. Okay. And over there, this way. Another snakehead. Another anomaly. Mine shaft. This way. Ooh, a book. Weak in this hole. Nothing but granite. No good ore. Foreman keeps saying dig deeper. Veins look dry. Drips down here. Got a rhythm. Tick tick like a hammer. Joe cut his hand on the winch. Bad one. No doctor down here. Except whiskey. Carl was topside, but I swore I heard someone talking. Found the rope cut clean through. Men don't trust it here. I'm done after tonight. There's no other pages. Okay. So we can go to the anomaly, or we can go straight ahead. There is a lady singing at some place, though. Another totem there. So this seems the way to go. So I'm not gonna go this way. I'm gonna do the anomaly. Because that sounds... Alright, it's a closed off room anyway. Cool. Right at the end. Okay.
Listen closely, friends. Some of you still do not understand why we chose this place.
Okay.
This rock under us, solid granite, rich in quartz, and quartz amplifies energy. It's like a nature's antenna. These lakes around us, they carry vibrations, like a tuning fork. And the Earth's magnetic field, here, it's just different. It's an anomaly of sort. It makes this place unstable, yes, but powerful. And that's why we're here. Even though this cave bears the name of God's Kell, we won't be praying to gods. We're going to tune ourselves to something bigger. Time itself. The Ouroboros resonator is built to do just that. Is it crude? Oh yes, friends, a little. But it works. It has worked. All we need is the right signal. But also a vessel strong enough to carry the charge when the door opens for us. Time isn't a line, friends. Time isn't a line, friends.
Okay, cool. Glad I came down here. Nothing else to pick up though. No interactions. These are kind of weird. These bits here. Unless they were gonna use them as support. Maybe? Who's humming? And why? I want to know who's humming. With me hat. Alright. Let's go this way. Because I think that's the way to go. Oh. Oh, okay. Cool. That's pretty big. Pretty spooky. Oh, okay. Alright. Let's go this way first. I want to do this one. It's get a good lay of the land. Oh, I feel like this is the way to go as well. I can't tell anymore. Oh, there's a way down there as well. Oh boy. So many ways. Okay, let's do this one.
Harvey, I swear he was just here. Elliot!
Damn it, Jenkins. Why would you bring him out here?
Look, it's not a crime to want to cheer up a kid. How could I have known he would just wander off?
There's something up with the caves down here.
Yeah, that lift inn looked like it was left here by the miners. How did that even get here? Hey, Harv! You with me?
I swear
What was that? You heard something?
No, I thought I saw... whatever.
Oh, this is... not good.
What the hell is this place?
What the?
It's the light.
Listen, we've got to go back and call the police.
It's somehow connected.
Harvey, let's go!
You remember the night David and the others went missing?
David? Are you still...
Some of the visitors remember seeing strange lights in the distance.
Listen, whatever this is, we're getting someone.
It's strange. I feel like I'm right next to him. Like I'm...
He's glitching.
I saw him. What the fuck just happened? Luke? The light is the circle. The light is the circle.
So the real woman...
So this is what happened to Harvey.
Taken.
But what about Luke? Why didn't he say anything?
Yeah, so the real one was taken and a duplicate was here? No, that doesn't make sense. And there was two of him in that vision there.
What the hell is this? Looks fucked up.
Oh, that was the same
The
tune as well.
serpent eats itself, not out of hunger, but out of knowing. Friends, we've spent decades tuning into frequencies that stretch beyond just flesh. We thought the symbol of Ouroboros was simply a repetition, but it is resonance.
Who's
It
this
is with
guy?
resonance that we can speak through
Is
time.
that just a generic...
These coils, one comes on each pylon. They must align with the spine of the resonator. That's when the signal stabilizes.
Okay.
This vessel, it's not a sacrifice, not death, but transformation. You hold great power, my friend. When all aligns, we will open the way. Time will speak. You see, everything has a natural frequency,
Alright,
even time
okay.
itself.
No, I
The
get
resonator
this.
will carry our signal.
I get what's happening.
Not through air,
Yeah,
not space.
I get it.
But through
I
the
get it.
membrane
Come on.
between now and what was. Now, friends, take out your devices. Let us listen. I can feel it,
Yep.
friends. We're making contact. Here it comes. Do you hear it? It's...
I get it. Okay. Oh, I thought... Yeah. Oh, am I meant to... Yep. Green core?
Right. That's one of the three.
Oh. Oh, so I'm gonna be looking for the other two. Gotcha. Wait, am I gonna sit in the thing? That doesn't... The guy kills them, right? I mean, it says it's not death, but it's a transformation, but you're clearly killing yourself. That's a lot of electricity. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one, because I think that would be the end then. We've done this one so we would find one of them here. Per se, perchance, per se. Please? Please? This is kind of cool. Oh, a little photograph. Look at my photograph. Can I? There you are. Knew you were in here. Alright. Here we go. And then the green one would be in that little side door down here, I have a feeling. That one down there. Oh, but there was more to that. Alright, I'm gonna go down here. Grab this just to check, because I feel like we grabbed the red one. I feel like this one would be else. Yeah, this looks like a pretty greeny area. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, 2 graves? Who are these graves for? Who's graven? Victor, Ted, and Harry. Oh, so this must be Ted and Harry? No, okay. So we got red and green now. Well, let's chuck it on the thing. Alrighty. So this is kind of cool. It's not ghosts, but not ghosts, aliens. Okay, and then what? And then radio. Oh, right. No, I gotta do this first, right?
I get it down.
What? Elliot!
Yeah.
Elliot, hey, are you with me? What the hell are they doing to you?
Cool. Come on, let me fucking radio you. No, I got you. Where's the other one? Where is it? Yep. Am I meant to be doing anything here with it? They did say turn on.
Let's go, please. On.
Tell me what's going on. Send me copy.
That's it. One pylon's down.
Oh, okay. Fuck, there's 2 of them.
It hurts. Noise hurts.
That's you. What one are you? What one are you? Oh, you're this one. God. Stop.
I'm not running. I'm not.
Get out of the side. Tell me if you need
Run. What the hell was that? I was...
Yeah. Come on. Which one are you? This one. Yeah, I got you. Okay. What next? Alright, let's go on one at a time again. Yep. That was right on me. Dead. And then that should be it. Have we saved them?
So, do you see it? Should look like a regular Ranger car. Tell me when you found it.
I got it.
Okay.
Now let's get Elliot.
Okay. Okay. Do I have to... Oh. Oh. Was that a Wednesday? I don't remember this being here before. I mean, it could have just been hidden with rocks. I've got the boy.
Rob, you here? I've got Elliot. He's alive. Just passed out. I'm out of the caves. I just laid Elliot down by the tree here.
Ethan, thank God we're here. I've got folks coming in. Where are you?
We're at the parking lot. Fuck. I just gotta catch my breath.
Yeah, I think I see the kid. They're rushing in to help him. Where are you, Ethan?
I'm right here.
Yeah.
What do you mean here? Elliot's here and you're where?
Wait, what do you mean?
Yeah.
We're standing at the parking lot right now.
Spooky. Yeah, hell yeah. That was awesome. Yeah, one dude. Yeah, that was really cool. That was really cool. Quick time menu. Yeah, that was awesome. Ugh. Really liked that. That was really cool. Ugh. How long did that take? 3.9. Ah. Well, still beats sus. Yes, no, I really liked that. That was nice. And crazy that was done by one dude as well. Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, wow. That didn't go the way I thought it would at all. I thought it was going to be aliens. And then demons. So I still don't understand the Wilbur, the moose slender man dude. Is he meant to be the, I guess, like the apparition of all of these people? Or is it the first guy? Victor, or whatever his name is. Because they said something about wanting to finish off what Victor started or something. Confused. Wow, I only got 12 of the 22 achievements. What are the other ones? Ground me. Okay, yep. Report a non-essential object. Okay. Ooh, okay, yeah, we didn't go to the swamp area. Apparently the swamp area is a thing. Roast and eat the marshmallow. I roasted it. I didn't know if I could eat it. Maybe it's all the overstimulated. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That would make sense. But I don't know why they would be against, like, trying to hurt someone. I don't know. Not too sure. Unless it's the apparition... apparition? Yeah. Apparition of, like, cult people in there as well. I'm sure there were some cult people in there. But why would they want to do it to it. Maybe there was some lore that I missed out on. But I don't understand why they would do it to Harvey or want to do it to Harvey and want to do it to Elliot. We didn't even get Harvey at the end there. We only got Elliot. And then we're stuck there as well. So does that mean we see? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. But that was really cool. I like that a lot. I think we're gonna raid out. It's getting late here, and I still need to eat dinner because I haven't had much food. Okay, no, they just got raided. So we are going to raid. I think we're going to raid twos. Now, I don't have a raid emote. I don't have anything. I forgot what we did last time. Mode effects? No. My emotes. At all. God, why is that just... Where's the basic ones? Yeah, here we go. Yes, you too, Widow. You too. Thank you for thank you everyone for chiming in, lurking, coming over from Scotch's stream. I hope you had a blast here. We're just gonna go with something basic. So, if you want to come join me with raiding Two's Company, you are more than welcome to use that. Thank you, Marty Bot. You fucking stupid bot. Shut up. You're happy to use that raid message, but we are going to jump over there, and then I'm going to have some food and then head to bed. So let me sort that one out. Can I? Is that... I'm not sure if that's going to work. Okay. I don't know how to do that bit, which is fine, because I'm just going to do it with this one. I'm still learning this stuff, so thank you for being patient with me. Yeah. They're currently in a raid message. They just got raided, so we are going to raid them after they finish that. I don't want to do it during their video. But no, I really liked Radiolight. I'm glad I was able to finish it. I thought it was going to be a bit of a longer one. But no, it was a short game. Short but good. Short but good. Alright, I think the thing is just about over. So let's... I'm going to start the raid. But yes, thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate you all. Thank you for lurking. Thanks for coming over from Scotch's stream. I appreciate you all. And I will see you all... next time. See you all around. But yes, we'll be raiding Two's Company in a couple seconds. And thank you all for coming over. Okay. See you guys. Bye.